Chapter 407. My master shaves her leg hairs in the bathroom every day. Alas, that's nothing. I'm even worse. My master's armpit stinks, but she always likes to lift me up. That's nothing. My master sometimes puts strange condoms in my private part and asks me to stab it hard. Inside the pet hospital, the cats, huskies, and other pets waiting for treatment were complaining to each other. Of course, they were complaining to each other in their beast language. Actually, they were just barking and meowing sounds. The owners thought that their pets were happy to see so many friends. But Luo Dance, the nurse here, could understand them. Would it be bad to tell these customers the real meaning of their pets? What was the strange condom? The little butterfly monster was worried about this problem. Even so, Luo Dance, the nurse, was not careless about her job. She could understand the language of these little animals, so she could treat them well. It was much easier to treat the problems of these pets than to treat another kind of customer. Dance, someone is looking for you outside. A female customer pointed to the outside of the treatment room. Luo Dance turned her head and saw a small head looking up from the glass window with a pitiful look. Luo Dance was stunned. She had a good memory and recognized that this child was actually Uncle Rat Monster's son. Well, the eldest son, Cheese. But Luo Dance not only saw Uncle Rat Monster's eldest son, Cheese, but also his wife, Shu Xiao Shu. At the back door of the pet hospital, Luo Dance closed the door and said in surprise, "He's gone." The female rat monster with a big belly nodded and said worriedly, "Yes, after he went out last night. He didn't come back this morning. I called him, but he couldn't get through." "Shu, you has never been like this." Butterfly Monster thought for a while and said, "Is it possible that Uncle Rat Monster is working, so he can't answer the phone?" Shu Yu's wife, Shu Xiaoshu, said, "I called the cleaning company where he works, and his colleagues said he didn't come to work today. I know that he came to the hospital yesterday. I had no choice but to trouble you." "Well, Uncle Shu, you did come yesterday, but he left soon. He didn't even take your medicine." Luo Dance tilted her head and said confusedly, "But where did he go?" "It might be that place," Shu Xiaoshu said with some fear. "Where?" "Pure land of bliss." Shu Xiaoshu didn't speak, but her Cheese stretched his neck and said, "Mom said that children shouldn't go there because it's very dangerous. But sometimes my father goes there secretly. Dad would even lie to Mom and say that he was working overtime, but in fact, we all know." Luo Dance looked at Shu Xiaoshu, who said with a serious face, "In fact, I asked Cheese to find his father's scent in the morning. After finding the place, the scent disappeared. That place can only be solved by Lord Long." The little butterfly widened her eyes and asked in confusion, "Auntie, where is the Elysium world? Why do you seem to be afraid?" As soon as the little butterfly asked the question, a cold voice came from behind her. Of course, a weak monster like her would be scared. Luo Dance turned back and found Su Zijuan had appeared behind her. She asked subconsciously, "Sister Zijuan, do you know anything?" Su Zijuan said indifferently, "The boss of the Elysium world is a 1,000-year-old big monster. Its body is a golden monkey, but it's just a rumor. Anyway, no one has ever seen its body. As for the monkey, it's the old woman Long Shua who said it. Big monster." The little butterfly blinked her eyes and was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. She gently patted her chest and stuck out her tongue. "So there's a great monster here besides Sister Long. I didn't know." Unexpectedly, Su Zijuan pointed at herself expressionlessly. "I'm also a big monster." Luo Dance began to sweat and then bowed to apologize. "I'm sorry, Sister Zijuan. I'm sorry." Su Zijuan snorted coldly in a very low voice. She suddenly looked at Shu Xiaoshu and said indifferently, "Go back. If your husband is missing in the Elysium world, he'll come back. If he doesn't come back, I'm afraid he's probably dead. Don't waste your efforts to find him. Maybe you'll have to start preparing for your funeral." "How can I do that?" Shu Xiaoshu immediately covered her face and sobbed. Luo Dance looked at Shu Xiao Shu, who was still pregnant, and hugged Cheese, who didn't know what to do. She couldn't bear it and gently pulled Su Zijuan's clothes. Sister Zijuan, can you go to the Elysium bar and ask? I won't go there. Su Zijuan yawned. Little Butterfly's thought was relatively simple. Why? Is it because the boss there is more powerful than you? Ridiculous. That monkey whose head was clamped by a door can only kneel down and lick my boots. But why don't you go there? Little Butterfly asked confusedly. That's because Humph. Su Zijuan snorted. No one can order me to do things. Your Excellency, please do me a favor and help me inquire about my husband. At this time, Shu Xiao Shu directly knelt on the ground with her hands on her knees. With her big belly, she even began to bend over and kowtow. Please, I beg you. You, what are you doing? Get up, get up. Okay, I'll go there and ask. Su Zijuan turned around and snorted. Listen, I just want to settle some old scores with that monkey. Not because I sympathize with you or help you. Su Zijuan turned around again and said seriously, Remember, no one can. Before she finished her words, Luo Dance had already answered with a smile. No one can order Sister Zijuan to do things. I know. She really couldn't make people angry. Where on earth did that old woman Long Shirua pick up this little butterfly monster? Su Zijuan sighed silently. Old woman, where did you die? Tei Yinzi tried hard to make his body swing, in order to attract the attention of the owner who was reading below. Swaying and swaying, it had already formed a rather large arc under the ceiling. Luaccio took the book and suddenly picked up a piece of Miss Maid's handmade cookie to eat. He curiously asked while eating, Tei Yinzi, what do you want to say? Tei Yinzi found that the black cloth wrapped around his face suddenly disappeared. He hurriedly said, Master, after I learned from the painful experience, suddenly interrupted. Luaccio interrupted. Is this the same excuse as last time? Luocchio asked with a smile. If you don't have anything new to say, then you can only wait until Yu Yi is in a good mood before you can be released. It's up to you to release me or not. Tei Yinzi didn't dare to say such words directly. Of course, this old bastard wouldn't simply think that he was hung up because he touched that gramophone. In fact, the boss of this club was very black-hearted. This was clearly an alternative punishment for what happened in prison. Tei Yinzi, don't you know that Master likes honest children? Yu Yi said indifferently at this time. Do you know the consequences of intentional deceit? Tei Yinzi was in a cold sweat. This old bastard seemed to throw caution to the wind today. He took a deep breath and said, Master, can you release me tonight? After tonight, I will continue to be tortured. Miss you, ye can hang me for as long as you like. Why tonight? Do you have anything special? Luaccio asked curiously. That it's a little important. Tei Yinzi stammered. But when he saw the servant girl's narrowed eyes, he shuddered all over. That tonight is the concert of Germanic Chariot. I don't know when I'll be able to attend it. If I miss it, it's them. I haven't paid much attention to them recently. Luaccio nodded thoughtfully. Tei Yinzi stretched his neck and said expectantly, Master. The boss of the club suddenly closed the book in his hand, stood up and chuckled. Yu Yi, let's go to the concert tonight. Tei Yinzi was stunned. Chapter 408. Luo Dance glanced at Uncle Rat Monster's photo, the wedding photo Aunt Rat Monster showed her. After looking at it, the little butterfly monster carefully put it on her backpack and bent down slightly. Sister Zijuan, how do we get in? Even though the little butterfly monster was the petite type, Miss Su Zijuan, who only had half of the Hitorigami bloodline, was obviously shorter. Su Zijuan looked at the sky. It was already dark. They waited until nightfall, when the pet center was closed before taking action. Luo Dance didn't intend to come. Butterfly Monster listened to Long Shura's order not to go to cram school, but she didn't say that she couldn't take the college entrance examination. So she studied hard in the evening after work. In addition, a human guest introduced her to read a book when she came for treatment. It was very good. The book was called Triple X Club. But let's go. I'll show you the world of adult monsters. In this way, they came to this almost abandoned industrial park. Generally, the amount of demon power bead condensed by monster power is not much. 1 month's worth of normal amount is enough for the entrance fee. Su Zijuan walked toward the cargo hold with all the doors and windows closed, saying, "The consumption inside is also the same. All of them are paid with demon power beads. 1 month's worth of normal amount is just the entrance fee." Butterfly Monster stuck out her tongue. Since she mastered the skill of mathematics, Butterfly Monster didn't need to count her fingers. She knew what the so-called 1 month's worth of normal amount was. It was a constant that in places like mountains and forests, there was more vitality than in cities. Now in cities, the ratio was generally 1, 2, 3. In some areas, such as heavy industrial areas or heavily polluted places, the ratio was higher. That was to say, if a monster lived in cities, the entrance fee alone would cost 2 or 3 months of accumulation of monster power. "The world of adult monsters is so expensive," Su Zijuan said coldly. "Of course it's expensive for someone like you to absorb the moonlight normally." Little Butterfly didn't say anything. Although she didn't know much about the human world, she still knew a lot about the basics of the demon world. She knew that there were other ways besides not being pure. This made her subconsciously recall the mantis monster that had once chased after her. Devouring other monsters was a way to rapidly increase one's demonic power. That mantis monster was no longer around. It was now working in Sister Long's hospital. The fear of being eaten by the mantis monster every day seemed to be a thing of the past. But if he hadn't found that place in the beginning and hadn't met that boss, he wouldn't have had this kind of life later on. Little Butterfly suddenly thought of the uncle and auntie in the bun shop. She thought of the boss who gave her honey twice. She almost became absent-minded. "We're here." Su Zijuan stood in front of an iron door. Luo Dance came back to her senses and quickly put her palm to her lips, then took a deep breath. "What are you doing?" Su Zijuan frowned. Luo Dance seemed to have something in her mouth. She blurted out the entrance fee. "Sister Zijuan, wait. I'm not very proficient in spitting out demonic power, and it's only for 2 months." "Why are you spitting it out for 2 months? And your entrance fee?" Luo Dance said naturally. "You're treating me?" "Yes, Sister Zijuan, you brought me here. I'm sorry to ask you to pay for it." Little Butterfly blinked her eyes. "When the aunt of the bun shop took me in, she taught me not to care so much for my good friends." Su Zijuan was slightly stunned. Little Butterfly put the 2 demonic power beads in her palm and looked at them. "Sister Long is very kind to me. Sister Zijuan is also very kind to me. There are not many people in this world who are kind to me. So," she sent one of the beads to Su Zijuan, giggling like a breeze with mist in the mountain stream. "I want to be kind to you too. Which dimension are you a monster from?" Su Zijuan looked at the crystal beads in her small palm and was lost in thought. All of a sudden, Su Zijuan turned around in a panic. She snorted, "What are you talking about? I don't need friends. Besides, Su Zijuan, want to go in. Who dares to ask for my entrance fee? Take back your stupid beads. Humph." At this moment, Miss Hanba, who was not tall and slender, gently lifted the hem of her skirt and stretched out her legs. He kicked the iron door with his foot. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the iron door opened with a bang, and explosive noises from inside could be heard all at once. At the same time, a boy wearing thick smoky makeup and clothes with many nails walked out in an instant. "Who dares to kick the door here? You're courting death." The boy's voice was not loud, even feminine, but there was a kind of horror coming. At least the little butterfly monster was instinctively afraid after hearing the voice. "I've kicked this door for more than 100 times. Do you have any opinion, ghost baby?" Su Zijuan sneered suddenly. the boy in front of her. Ghost Baby was stunned and instinctively rubbed his eyes. His voice trembled instantly. Big Sister Zijuan. You, welcome back. Ghost Baby quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Big Sister? The little butterfly tilted her head and began to read the Xinhua dictionary in her head quickly. Big Sister's meaning gradually became clear. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here for Sun Shaosheng. Ask that guy to come out. Su Zijuan snorted and released her aura. Ghost Baby quickly wiped his cold sweat and said, Well, Big Sister, the boss is not here. He went to the concert tonight. Concert? Su Zijuan was stunned and frowned. What's that? It seems to be a chariot or a team. Ghost Baby shook his head and said, I don't understand. Su Zijuan pondered for a while and shook her head. Forget it. It's good that the guy is not here. I don't want to be disgusted. Little guy, come in with me. Take whatever you like. Whoever dares to ask you for the fee, you can just pick up the glass bottle and explode his head. No one dares to touch you. Sister Zijuan, who the hell are you? How should I put it? Perhaps it was when he was in his adolescence. There was a period of history that even now seemed a little shameful. That was when he was obsessed with a certain battle car band. Boss Luo came to the concert with Mississippi Maid. Of course, Taiyinzi was also behind. In order to attend this concert, Taiyinzi naturally wore an afro costume. If it weren't for the black-hearted master and the more black-hearted servant girl, Taiyinzi would have swayed with the people on the scene. Why-oh, Taiyinzi. Boss Luo suddenly sighed at this moment. This is the concert that you booked in advance and absolutely don't want to miss, right? Master, yes. Taiyinzi nodded and then said with a dirty smile, Master, isn't it great? In terms of sound effects, it's not bad, but... Luo Qiu looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the large cardboard at the entrance, which was the character cardboard of the band members. Boss Luo sighed. I think it was a mistake to trust you. What? Taiyinzi was stunned. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Luoqiu shook his head and said softly, I was wondering how the band could get approval so easily and come here to hold a concert, and the media didn't report it at all. Now I know. What? It's Germanic, not Germanic. That is to say, it's a fake band. Let's look at the scene again. It was not the kind of stadium that could accommodate at least tens of thousands of people as Boss Luo had imagined, but a night of... Taiyinzi moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. But when he looked at the appearance of the band members on the cardboard, he was sad and absent-minded. Why was this? Why was this? It was the first time that he had a favorite band, and he was pardoned by his master. These two joys should have been superimposed into a greater joy, but why was it like this? As a believer in rock music culture, how could he do that kind of free admission? Although the money for the tickets was picked up from humans, it was still bought with real money. Chapter 409. Since we are here, let's go in and have a look. Hearing this, Taiyinzi could hardly believe his own ears. Although he said he was wronged and looked like a criminal woman who was about to be beheaded on the execution ground in June. In fact, he had already simulated this scene many times in his mind. For example, he was likely to be tied up by Miss Servant Girl in 100 different ways and then whipped. This scene was so beautiful that Taiyinzi immediately turned to other small scenes. For example, his master would forbid him to continue to dress like this in the future and order him to remove the afro as his soul and body. Well, he had never thought that his master would be so easygoing. Master, you really want to go in and see this performance? Taiyinzi said in disbelief. Is there a problem? Luoqiu said casually, Besides, I have never been to this kind of place before. It's good to see it occasionally. Maybe I will encounter something interesting. The club owner entered with his hands behind his back and seemed to be in a good mood. Miss Servant Girl followed him closely. Taiyinzi thought for a while and then followed him quickly. He had to listen to it, otherwise he would feel sorry for his ticket money. Master, wait for me! Wait for me! Taiyinzi then followed him eagerly. Outside the same nightclub on the side of the street, there were many supper stalls here. Various street snacks emitted a strong smell of spices, which could be smelled from far away. In front of a cart selling fish eggs, some people off work and passers-by gathered here because the fish eggs in this stall were quite famous, and more importantly, they were cheap. As the owner of this stall, Yudanchan, who was known as Yudanchan, was impatiently saying, "Hey, Brother Shaosheng, Brother Shaosheng, Brother Shaosheng, you have searched all my pots, and you said you didn't find anything." Yudanchan couldn't help but look at the guy in front of him. He had thick sideburns on both sides of his face, but surprisingly, he was a handsome guy. He had a haircut, sideburns, and a shirt with wide sleeves. He was about 21 or 22 years old. It wasn't that this guy was very unconventional. It was just that his era seemed to be somewhat out of tune with the current era. It was unknown which era this was popular. Yudanchan, don't think I don't know that you always put the biggest fish eggs at the bottom of the pot. The young man narrowed his eyes and said with a Sichuan accent, "As long as there's a bamboo stick. Even if it's an iron pot, I'll show you." Yudanchan did not take these words as a joke, because he had indeed seen the other party really use a bamboo stick to pierce a perfectly good iron pot. Why didn't you let me find you?" Brother Shaosheng showed his results with a smile. There were several large fish balls on a bamboo stick at the moment. The other customers followed suit and began to search for pots enthusiastically. Brother Shaosheng flicked his finger, and a few coins accurately flew into Fishball Chang's money box. He left with a proud and indulgent look on his face. Yudanchan could only watch the other customers begin to ravage his stall with a bitter face. He simply ignored it, opened the folding stool, sat up and lit a cigarette. He glanced at his money box, and then glanced at the strange guy with sideburns and took a light puff of the cigarette. His name was Yudanchan, and he had been selling fish balls here for several years. He only knew that his name was Shaosheng, and he was a strange guy. He spoke a thick Sichuan accent, but he didn't like to put chili sauce in his fish balls. Every time, he could find a few large fish balls that he deliberately hid. He didn't know who he was, and he didn't ask him anything. They were just, one was selling fish balls here, and the other was looking for hidden fish balls here. They only met each other once in a few days, as if they just enjoyed it. They met by chance, no matter tomorrow. After that, Brother Shaosheng with sideburns gently swayed his body to the rhythm of the huge sound system outside the nightclub. No one stopped him, because he was a regular here. The nightclub's underlings at the door saw him, and they would eagerly call Brother Shaosheng and follow him everywhere. Of course, he was not the boss or shareholder here, but he was a person that the nightclub's boss would be willing to curry favor with. By the way, Brother Shaosheng also liked to eat street snacks outside. "Brother Shaosheng, you came early today." It's lively today." Brother Shaosheng smiled and said, "I like to join in the fun and watch the fun. Do you know why?" "Why?" the nightclub's underling asked subconsciously. Brother Shaosheng squinted and said, "Haven't you heard of the saying, 'Watching the fun doesn't make things worse'?" Brother Shaosheng is right. You are right. Yes, that's the attitude." The nightclub's underling said happily, "I admire you, Brother Shaosheng. Come in, please. There are already a lot of people here." Brother Shaosheng picked a fish ball and put it into his mouth. He smiled and said, "I see there are really a lot of old ghosts here." Brother Shaosheng squinted at the entrance, looking at the back of the person with an afro. "Old ghost?" The nightclub's underling was stunned. He looked around and wondered, "I don't see any old people, Brother Shaosheng." Brother Shaosheng pointed at the bamboo stick in his hand and smiled. "Can't you see? Isn't there one behind you?" "Behind?" The nightclub's underling turned his head, but he couldn't see anything. But when he turned his head again, Brother Shaosheng couldn't see it. But he seemed to feel a little cold behind him. The nightclub's underling suddenly shivered and shook his head. He asked other guests to take it. The sound system outside the door was louder in order to make the atmosphere more lively. Rumble, dang, 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 Bayou-boo-boo, Luo Dance had never seen such a lively scene. Monsters didn't need to deliberately maintain their human appearances here. Some of them were crazily shaking their heads on the dance floor. Some were already drunk and lying in the corner. Of course, there was also a shocking scene for Butterfly. Little Butterfly spread her fingers and covered her eyes. She saw that in a dark corner a dog-type monster who had revealed his true form and a feline-type monster who had revealed his true form, or Butterfly's face turned red. She quickly lowered her head, pursed her mouth, and bit the straw, drinking a very sweet drink. The world of adult monsters was so scary. Luo Dance felt that her face was hot and her heart was beating fast. Suddenly, Luo Dance felt that her eyes seemed to see a lot of spirals. She didn't know why the surrounding scene slowly turned upside down. But even so, Butterfly was very safe, because the guy named Ghost Baby was sitting not far away and staring at her. While playing with a small knife, the Ghost Baby would occasionally flash a terrifying smile on his face. He easily scared away the monsters who had been emboldened by the alcohol that approached him. Ghost Baby looked up on the second floor of the renovated warehouse. Inside the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, Su Zijuan was talking with another guy. That was the manager of the Elysium bar. Since the boss, Sun Shaosheng, was absent, the manager was in charge. Humph, this old tortoise. Ghost Baby lowered his head and muttered. Of course, old tortoise wasn't a derogatory term, because the boss of the Elysium bar was indeed a tortoise. His name was Chichi Kamaya. Your Highness, what can I do for you? Chichi Kamaya said slowly. Su Zijuan glanced at the old tortoise. She knew that she couldn't change the old tortoise's way of calling her, so she came straight to the point. Have you seen a monster named Shuyu? 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 Chichi Kamaya frowned and asked tentatively, Princess, is this Shuyu a big shot in the Rat clan? I don't seem to have any impression of him. He's just a small monster. Su Zijuan sneered. Is there a big monster in the Rat clan? Well, no. Chichi Kamaya nodded and continued to ask, Princess, why are you looking for Shuyu? What's the relationship between Shuyu and the princess? Just tell me whether you've seen him or not. No need to ask more. Su Zijuan said indifferently, This Shuyu is missing and the last place he came is here. In addition, his smell started to disappear from here. This, Chichi Kamaya said awkwardly. Princess, you know, as long as the monsters here don't make trouble, we won't care. You said that Shuyu's smell started to disappear from here. There are only a few possibilities. Chichi Kamaya suddenly opened his eyes and saw Su Zijuan's impatient expression. He changed the topic, but don't worry, since you've said so, I'll give you an explanation no matter whether this Shuyu is dead or alive. Su Zijuan walked to the French window and glanced at Luo Dance, who was lying on the bar. She said indifferently, I'll stay here until 3 o'clock. Give me an answer before that. This, Princess, there are many monsters in the bar every day, and some pass by to have fun. Isn't 3 o'clock too short? Then before 3 o'clock. You're the princess as long as you're happy. Chichi Kamaya wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said bitterly, Then before 3 o'clock. By the way, Princess, I still have the question. Princess, when will you be willing to go back? Su Zijuan suddenly opened her mouth slightly, revealing 4 sharp teeth. She said coldly, I'm a drought demon now. I have nothing to do with the past. Chichi Kamaya sighed. Princess, even if you reincarnate as a drought demon, you can't hide your true spirit. Enough! Su Zijuan's eyes turned red instantly. Chapter 410. After entering, one would find that so many customers actually didn't come for this so-called band. They had invited the famous band Germanic Chariot from who knows where, but it was just a gimmick because this was essentially a nightclub, a place to look for sensory stimulation and self-indulgence. But it was undeniable that this nightclub could be considered as luxurious. In the lobby of the nightclub, including the staff and the ladies of the nightclub, there were roughly 400 to 500 people, maybe more. Of course, in contrast, most of the private rooms were empty because people came out one by one to join in the fun. At this time, an extremely beautiful woman suddenly took 2 glasses of gin fizz from the bartender's tray. The bartender smiled slightly, feeling that this was the customer he was going to send the wine to. But as he watched the back of this beautiful woman gradually disappear into the crowd, the impression in his mind gradually faded away. In the end, he stared blankly at the tray in his hand and muttered strangely, "Hey, did I forget to take out 2 cups? Gin fizz." This was the only thing that Miss Maid found in this place that could be considered to be within her master's taste. Of course, she preferred to make it herself. But her master said, "Since you're here, do as the Romans do." Seeing you walking out of the crowd, the club boss sitting in front of the bar counter in the corner smiled faintly. He took the glass of gin fizz from Yu Ye's hand and gently clinked the glass with hers. "To the most beautiful girl tonight, how about a toast?" Yu Yi raised her glass and responded softly, "Cheers." No one would disturb the time between the boss and Miss Maid, because for everyone, they didn't exist. Yu Yi smiled slightly. Her light lips slightly opened, and the colorless gin fizz flowed into her mouth. As an alchemy puppet, she didn't need to eat, nor did she have the ability to eat. But it didn't mean that she couldn't eat. If it was solid food, she would directly incinerate it with the black flames in her mouth. Looking from the outside, if coupled with the movement of her throat, it would be no different from a real person eating. As for simply drinking something, the liquid that entered the servant girl's body could also be incinerated by the black flame before it went deeper into the body through the simulated throat. Of course, if it was only liquid, it could also enter the body naturally without incinerating it. There were many tubes in Miss Maid's body. They could allow the liquid that entered the body to flow, allowing it to evaporate naturally through the surface of the body, like a real person. As for the final residue, the final result was also incineration. This was a very superfluous action, so even if she had this ability, she almost never used it. But that didn't mean that it would never be used. For example, Miss Maid didn't choose to incinerate the cups at this moment. Instead, she chose the most complicated way. "Master, do you find it too noisy?" "It's all right." Luaccio sat on the high stool, leaning against the bar cabinet. He looked around and suddenly joked, "Don't you think this kind of place is more suitable for my current identity?" Luaccio put down the gin fizz in his hand and then gently pressed his hands on Miss Maid's shoulders, turning her around. "Look!" He whispered in Yu Ye's ear, and at the same time his palms slowly slid down her shoulders to her arms and small arms. Finally, he gently grasped her palms, gently lifted them, and pointed to the front. "Do you see it? It's all gray, but there's a little bit of white inside." Miss Maid's royal blue eyes began to sparkle, and her body seemed to soften a little. She gently leaned on her master and whispered, "That girl, the girl who is drinking with us." Luaccio smiled. "Is she beautiful?" Yu Yi nodded, like a white lotus about to wither in the mud. Luaccio moved Miss Maid's finger and pointed to another direction. In the dim, ring-shaped booth in the corner, several middle-aged men and a young man were hugging different women, laughing and talking about something. Luaccio asked, "Where is the young man?" Miss Maid thought for a moment he may be with his boss or a guest. Yu Yi paused. "Well, he doesn't like this place. There's disgust in his eyes, but he has to hide it carefully because he knows that he needs to cater to them." Miss Maid turned her face slightly, almost touching Luaccio's face. She stared at him and said, "Because he knows that if he doesn't cater to them, he may not be able to protect something, maybe his family." Luaccio suddenly smiled and put down Yu Ye's hand. Miss Maid immediately turned around and faced her master with her back. For her, this was an unforgivable behavior. Luaccio touched the wine glass and said softly, "Look at me. Don't you think I'm showing off in front of an expert? I haven't grasped this ability for a long time, so everything feels new to me. But you are different. You must have seen and encountered more than me. Just now you must be bored. Master, Miss Maid suddenly called. She put her palm on the back of Luacio's hand and smiled. You don't know me. If you don't know me, you can't show off. You are always good. Luacio suddenly turned over his hand and held Miss Maid's hand. He played with these slender and soft fingers that were no different from real people. They were like the most perfect handicrafts. Where is Teinzi? Why don't I see him? Luacio suddenly sighed and let go of Yuye's hand. He looked around and asked casually, "Oh, him." The servant girl smiled and said, "He is probably trying to find a way to make up for this mistake." Luacio smiled and said softly with the wineglass, "Cheers." If he was not in the mood, even if he ate dragon meat, it would be tasteless. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. There was still a taste, but it was not delicious. Teinzi was holding a bottle of Chivas that he took from a guest seat. He didn't taste anything. Since this was not the place for him to contribute his faith, and the counterfeit band was not the object of his faith, then he should make up for this mistake. The newcomer of the club, who felt that he had no bright future, was making a small calculation. If he could find a rich man here, maybe he wouldn't be hung up when he went back. Later, Teinzi learned from Miss Yi that the current boss had just taken office. In fact, he was wearing the halo of the first Black Soul envoy, transformed by the new boss, F*CK. He was clearly wearing the halo of a fake bishop. No matter how many Black Soul bosses were hidden in the club, he was the Black Soul envoy who had accompanied his master for the longest time. Before knowing the truth, Teinzi didn't dare to guess the boss's taste. But after knowing the truth, combined with what he had seen and heard during this period of time, Teinzi seemed to understand Boss Luo's taste. It was a very tricky taste. Unless it was a guest who came in with a black card and had to be served due to the rules, the current boss was obviously a very picky guy. The guy who was eroded by material desires outside, as long as he used some small tricks, wouldn't he become a rich man in minutes? While wandering in the backstage of the nightclub, Teinzi muttered, "But according to the boss's nature, he naturally wouldn't be interested. Well, I have to think about it carefully. Of course, I don't want to be the most popular person, but at least in these hundreds of years of service, I have to live a peaceful life." But there were so many people outside, and the boss didn't even want to be interested. The backstage people were 10 or 20 times less. Could he meet them? Teinzi couldn't help but deeply doubt. He stuck his head through a shining door to peep at the situation inside the door. Well, these two guys are having an affair, only knowing how to indulge in lust. The woman is fat bad. He stuck his head through the second door. A group of employees hiding here to laze around, and their level is not high bad. He stuck his head through the third door. Toilet? Damn, a woman peeing while standing. Bad, bad, bad of bad. Teinzi sighed. Is there no ideal rich man? Suddenly, some noises attracted him. It seemed that two men were quarreling. Teinzi continued to stick his head in, only to see two men inside. One man just happened to punch the other man's face, and the latter was beaten to the ground. Chapter 411. After Hongguan was beaten to the ground, he didn't get up immediately. He didn't intend to fight back against Chung Iran, who had just punched him in the face and even hit him to the ground. Hongguan just sat on the ground, lowered his head, and stretched out his hand to wipe his painful cheek. Because of the heavy blow, his mouth was overflowing with blood. Hongguan glanced at the bloodstains on his fingers. At this time, Chung Iran suddenly stretched out his hand, as if he was going to pull him up. Hongguan waved his hand away, and the two just stared at each other. After a while, Hongguan got up by himself, tidied up his clothes, and said indifferently, "I'm going to find someone to touch up my makeup. I won't be lazy for tonight's performance. But no matter what, this will be my last performance." Looking at Chung Iran's complicated expression, Hongguan sighed, patted him on the shoulder before leaving, and said, "Go wash your face and wake up, whether it's your anger or something else." Before Hongguan opened the door and left, Chung Iran suddenly clenched his fist. Hongguan, have you forgotten what we said before? The two had their backs to each other. Hongguan raised his head, took a deep breath, and said indifferently, My wife is about to give birth. Hospitalization, delivery room, all these cost money. After the child is born. Hongguan shook his head, I'm not alone anymore, and I can do whatever I want. Like now, I can't let my wife and child live a life without a meal. Iran, don't you understand? It's not that no one understands our music, but we don't have this talent at all. Besides, he finally turned his head slightly, looking at Cheng Iran's back. Besides, like now, with the name of a fake band and begging others to perform on stage like a grandson, don't you feel uncomfortable? He didn't know when the door had closed. Chung Iran covered his forehead and squatted on the ground. The sound of the nightclub outside was very loud, and even if it reached here, the floor was still slightly vibrated. Chung Iran covered his face with both hands and squatted on the ground. He didn't know when the band members became fewer and fewer one by one. Finally, only he and Hongguan were left. Even the name of today's so-called concert was no longer the same as before. Chung Iran couldn't remember what the first member said to him. Even what Hongguan said just now, he hoped to forget it as soon as possible. The few of us got to know each other when we were drifting in Beijing. When he was young, he was hot-blooded and fearless, traveling far and wide. I'm the only one left. Chung Iran suddenly stood up, grabbing an electric guitar leaning against the corner of the wall and smashing it on the floor. Smash it into pieces. I'm the only one. I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left. Let's go. Let's all go. Let's all go. Let's all go. Chung Iran finally stopped. He covered his eyes with the guitar head in his hand. He was alone. Alone. After Hongguan left, Tai Yinzi, who was just a bystander, still stayed here. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of shivas, Tai Yinzi turned around and walked back the way he came. On his palm, a white card was faintly discernible. It seemed to be constantly switching between condensing and dissipating. However, this super newcomer of the club had a gloomy face. It was unknown what he was thinking. It was not until Tai Yinzi followed his master's aura and arrived before Boss Luo that the white card in his hand finally took shape. And Tai Yinzi's face also changed into a happy eunuch's face. Boss Luo, who seemed to be talking with Miss Maid, glanced at Tai Yinzi and asked curiously, Tai Yinzi, did you get anything from your trip? Master, please take a look. Tai Yinzi presented the white card in his hand with both hands. However, when Luacio's palm was about to touch the card, Tai Yinzi's eyes suddenly lowered a little. Boss Luo's hand stopped. Tai Yinzi, you don't want me to see the information of this customer, right? No. Tai Yinzi suddenly raised his head and said seriously, Why would I? I'm just afraid. Oh, Luacio asked curiously, What are you afraid of? Tai Yinzi said, Haven't I been messing things up all the time? I don't know if this is suitable. How about, Master, let me study it again. Unexpectedly, Miss Maid said indifferently, Tai Yinzi, have you forgotten the rules of the club? The formed white card must be handed over to the master no matter what. If you don't hand it over, your body and soul will be destroyed. Then, Tai Yinzi's face changed slightly, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, Master, please take a look. When Luacio took the white card in his hand, he suddenly made a slight sound of and slightly tilted his head. Tai Yinzi was stunned, but his first reaction was not that the boss was unhappy, but that he noticed something. This reaction was too familiar to Tai Yinzi. This was clearly the reaction he would have when he stumbled upon an uninvited guest 500 years ago when he was roaming the Jianghu. At this time, Miss Maid lowered her head and whispered in Luacio's ear, Master, I'll go and have a look. With this, Yu walked into the crowd of the nightclub ballroom. Master, it seems that someone was spying on you. Tai Yinzi frowned and said, Boss Luo, who was playing with the white card in his hand, smiled. Why should I be spied on? I feel that someone is spying on you more. Tei Inzi pointed at himself in astonishment. Poor Taoist! With this, Tei Inzi frowned and turned around, seriously looking at the crowd in the ballroom, and said seriously, indeed. I didn't expect this place to be so foul. Just now, Tei Inzi didn't pay much attention because he was thinking about the performance. Now that he was paying attention, he easily detected several different kinds of demon auras and some wandering ghosts. Tei Inzi suddenly opened his eyes wide and put his hand in front of Boss Luo to protect him, saying seriously, Master, please rest assured. Even if I have to be smashed to pieces, this poor Taoist will protect your safety. Let's drink. Luochio shook his head, as if he couldn't help laughing, but he grabbed an unopened bottle of Chivas from the bar and moved it in front of Tei Inzi. The customer you found is about to come on stage. Master, you've already approved it? Tei Inzi was stunned. Luochio shook his head and didn't say anything. He just held the glass of gin fizz in his hand and touched the bottle of Chivas, smiling, Cheers! At the same time, a fashionable man on the stage held a microphone and shouted loudly, dear guests, let's make the atmosphere more lively, okay? Is that okay? Do you want to listen to something more wild? A more heroic sound? Okay, no time to lose. Let's invite our famous band, Germanic Chariot. That was a voice that could be heard through the wall. In the alley behind the nightclub's back door, the voice could be faintly heard. Miss Servant Girl slightly tilted her head. After hearing this, she turned her head and looked at the back in front of her. Looking at the back, Miss Servant Girl had a feeling of déjà vu for a moment. How should she describe it? A weird hairstyle, a plaid shirt with big sleeves and bell-bottoms with narrow legs. Miss Servant Girl felt that she saw the club's new Black Soul envoy. At this time, the strange man in front of him suddenly stopped. Ha! I only took one more look at you in the crowd, and you chased me all the way here. Is it because I'm too charming? With a thick Sichuan accent, the weird man turned around and laughed. Ha! Although you're very beautiful, you're the second most beautiful person in the world. So, don't fall in love with me, ha! Miss Servant Girl had no expression, but her blue eyes lit up. Can I ask you a question? Huh. Well, I'll answer you if I want to, but... He shook his head. If I don't like it, I won't say it. Why are you looking at us secretly? Huh. My eyes are on my body. Do I need you to control what I see? The strange man smacked his lips and blinked his eyes a few times. A golden light flashed in his pupils. Huh. Not a ghost, not a human, not a demon. What are you? Interesting. Me? Miss Servant Girl smiled and whispered, Of course, I belong to my master, and the strange man was suddenly stunned. The beautiful woman in front of him seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The next moment, she appeared in front of him, extremely close to him, and the voice seemed to be ringing in his ears. And except for my master, I really don't like to be called thing by others. The weird man, Brother Shaosheng, suddenly felt that the countless fine hairs on his body seemed to have been electrocuted. They stood up one by one, and he suddenly took a step back. His heart seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his scalp was numb. Ha! Interesting. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman in front of him just said indifferently, My master doesn't like to fight for nothing. Since you're just curious, then it's nothing. But next time, please pay attention to your tone of speaking. Miss Servant Girl turned and left. Brother Shaosheng was stunned and subconsciously wiped his forehead. His palm was wet. He suddenly felt a chill on his back and reached out to touch it. His face was full of fear. His back, from his shirt to his pants, had completely disappeared, as if it had been incinerated by something. Oh my God, who is this woman? Brother Shaosheng kept blinking. She's even fiercer than Long Sha. Chapter 412. When Yu Yi returned, she saw Tei Yinzi staring at the surroundings attentively. If he was given a knife, what would he look like? Of course, it was just like a cameo who had no name, but worked hard to portray the posture of a fourth-ranked imperial bodyguard with a sword. Master, you're back. Luocio nodded. You didn't encounter any trouble, right? Miss Maid approached him and whispered, It's a monster with decent strength. It should be just curious and nothing else. I've already warned it. Master, is it okay to deal with it this way? Just do as you say. Luocio smiled and suddenly waved his hand to pinch Ye's clothes on her shoulder. This is... Yi frowned. She always liked to be clean and not be stained with dust. It looks like a strand of hair. Luocio waved his hand and gently swept Miss Maid's shoulder. It should be left by the monster just now. Master! Yi was too careless this time. For some reason, Miss Maid showed a look of self-blame for the first time. As you said, it's a monster with decent strength. It's normal for it to have some little tricks that people don't notice. Luocio smiled and stretched out his hand to wipe Ye's frown. The systems of the East and the West are different. The source of our power is even more different from other systems. It's not strange that we can't notice it once or twice. With that, Luocio looked at the short strand of hair in his hand. The golden hair was about half the length of a finger. Boss Luo suddenly opened his palm and let the strand of hair lie flat in his palm. Suddenly, it automatically broke into countless small pieces that were as fine as dust, and it completely disappeared with a puff of air. Just like a lion won't pay attention to ants crawling on the ground, Luocio said indifferently, then suddenly smiled and looked at Yi. You don't need to blame yourself. But it's okay to be upset because it will make you look cute. And it's also my first time to see it. Yi nodded, but in an instant, she returned to the Miss Maid who could do almost everything in the club. Let's watch the performance. Luocio looked at the dance floor and the stage. He saw two young men holding their instruments and waving their hands while walking out from the back of the stage. Without saying anything, the explosive music sounded. As a guitarist, Chen Yuran started her solo at the first time. Her fingers on the strings were like a powerhouse, increasing the sound effect again. Luocio drank the last mouthful of gin fizz and suddenly said, Taiyinzi, since you found a financial backer, then go to work. This poor priest knows. Taiyinzi nodded. Some people said that this country's rock is dead. Some people said that it was still alive. For Changyaran, it was still alive. For people who liked it, it was still alive. But it was undeniable that no matter how many people said that it was still alive, the number of people who liked it was always decreasing, and the number of people who understood it was also decreasing. This kind of situation, perhaps it really hurt the rock musicians. They could listen, couldn't say, and could only argue. But in the end, they were powerless to deal with the mainstream public. They either had a war of words in some forums, or they killed a bloody path to bring it to various large stages again and again. But in this country, with a population of 1 billion, they were still too few. Who knows if there will be a day when this country will be able to reproduce the popularity of rock and roll all over the country decades ago. After all, there were too few successful people walking on this road. Without a great beauty, they couldn't walk the path of idols and quickly become popular. Without a strong financial backer, they could only fight for the same stage with thousands of people. And without a strong strength, they could only be hot-blooded, could only be in this kind of place. The audience below the stage was indeed very lively, but it wasn't because of the music at this moment, but because of the alcohol and the beauty around him. Chung Iran's fingers became faster and faster, but he gradually felt pain and numbness in his fingers. When he first learned to play the guitar, he often felt pain and numbness in his fingers, but it was far less painful than this. He tried his best to play, but at best it was just a tool for the people here to set off the atmosphere. The music sounded again, but no one looked at him. This is not what I want. It was as if there was a voice whispering in his ear. Is this what you want? Was it his own voice, or was it someone else's voice? Chung Iran suddenly couldn't hear the lively voices below the stage. It was as if he had suddenly lost his hearing. A buzzing sound kept circling in his mind, lingering and becoming more and more ferocious. It pierced through his pride, his perseverance, and his persistence, leaving nothing behind. Chung Iran came back to his senses under a loud sound. There were many sound systems below the stage, and at this time they were constantly repeating the ear-piercing buzzing sound. Chung Iran looked below the stage in surprise and fear. Those so-called audience who didn't look at him were now looking at him one by one. Chung Iran looked at his hands subconsciously, looking at the electric guitar hanging on his hand, looking at the string that was broken by his madness and numbness. A broken string, he played a broken string. Chung Iran slightly moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but at this moment he suddenly felt a kind of fear and panic. He didn't know what to do. His body almost instinctively retreated step by step. Seeing this situation, Hongguan, who was next to him, quickly turned on the electric cords hanging on his body and began to save the situation. "This is not what I want," he said softly. "This is not what I want," he said in a low voice. "This is not what I want." He suddenly roared. Bang! He suddenly untied the electric guitar hanging on his body, heavily throwing it on the stage, then turned around and rushed out of the stage, leaving only the astonishment and confusion, as well as Hongguan's sigh. Chung Iran kept pouring water on his face with both hands, in a bathroom of this nightclub. He had already wet his face and his hair completely. He just did this kind of thing subconsciously, perhaps because Hongguan once said to calm him down. Let him calm down, be it anger or something else. Chung Iran raised his head, looking at himself in the mirror. His hair was stuck together by the water, randomly hitting his face. There was no doubt that even he himself could feel that the face in the mirror was a complete loser. Leaning against the wall, he let his body naturally slide down to sit down, letting his hands naturally hang down, touching the cold floor with his head lowered. Chung Iran just let himself sit like this, his mind blank. All of a sudden, he reached for his neck and pulled off a necklace that was hanging inside. It was a metal brand necklace. He threw it away. Chung Iran suddenly laughed. Perhaps he was laughing at himself. He stood up and left the bathroom in a daze, letting the water drip on his face and hair on the ground, all the way up the stairs, and finally came to the roof of this building. Chung Iran went to the place where he felt he could end. Standing at the edge, looking down at the street below, Chung Iran opened his hands, closed his eyes, and relaxed his body. It's a pity to die like this. This voice was unusually clear, making Chung Iran subconsciously open his eyes. But the voice was still echoing. Since you don't want this life, why not exchange it for something else? Who's here? Chung Iran didn't see any figure, only this strange voice. If I say I can exchange your soul for your success, are you willing? Who's here? You're here. There's only yourself here, and yourself who can make your wish come true. The voice became deeper. Come on, as long as you're willing. You can make your wish come true. You may even use your music to conquer this world. Come on, follow me. As if attracted by something, Chung Iran's footsteps began to move away from the edge of this area. He still couldn't see any figure other than himself, but he seemed to know where to go. Step by step, he walked down the stairs and then came to the door of a private room in this nightclub. Chung Iran pushed open the door. It was dark inside. There was no light turned on. He could only see what seemed to be two figures. Chapter 413. It was too dark. Chung Iran couldn't see clearly what the two people in the box looked like. Was it someone he knew or someone he didn't know? However, the strange feeling that had driven him to come here eventually drove him to walk in and sit down. Across the huge glass table in the box, he stared at the person sitting on the sofa. He only knew that the other person was a man, but he couldn't see clearly what the other person looked like or how old he was. You are. Chung Iran frowned. A businessman who can sell you anything. Luocho looked at Chung Iran. The darkness in the box was an obstacle for Chung Iran, but for the boss of the club, there was no difference whether there was light or not. A businessman? Chung Iran lowered his head, seemingly thinking about something. Look, Luaccio suddenly said in a low voice. This successfully attracted Chung Iran's attention. He immediately raised his head. Raising his head, Chung Iran's face suddenly became a little bit frightened, because he could see something clearly. Although it was dark here, it was not to the extent that he couldn't see clearly what was happening on the table he was leaning on. The mysterious man in front of him just stretched out his hand and wiped the glass table. Some scattered things directly appeared in front of Chung Iran. He recognized these scattered things. They were the electric guitar that he smashed with his own hands after the quarrel with Hongguan. Chung Iran subconsciously reached out and picked up one of the pieces. There was a word engraved on it, see. Is this yours? It's mine. Chung Iran nodded, but then frowned. Is there any mechanism here? Are there any tricks on the table, or... Forget it. I don't have time to watch you do this strange magic show. Besides, I don't know you at all. This. Luaccio suddenly snapped his fingers. Is this also a magic show? The piece in Chung Iran's hand suddenly flew out, together with all the pieces and parts on the table. At this moment, they all floated up one by one. They began to slowly reassemble in front of Chung Iran. Even the broken strings were reconnected. A complete electric guitar finally fell in Chung Iran's hands. It was too amazing. He couldn't think of any magic show that could do this. Chung Iran rubbed his eyes hard, even subconsciously reached out to pluck the strings. This feeling, this is my guitar. Chung Iran suddenly raised his head, saying in disbelief, How did you do it? What do you want? Luaccio didn't answer him. And are you willing to pay something? Chung Iran opened his mouth, both hands holding the resurrected guitar. It seems you haven't decided yet. Luaccio smiled and said, But it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing, our door is always open for you. After saying that, Luaccio stood up, seemingly wanting to leave. Chung Iran subconsciously called out, Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is there anything else? This guitar. Chung Iran hesitated for a moment. This guitar. Just consider it a souvenir. Luaccio said indifferently, It is a small gift for you. Next time, don't smash such a valuable thing. Chung Iran held the guitar more tightly in his hand. When he saw this mysterious businessman and the other figure about to leave the box, Chung Iran gritted his teeth and suddenly called out, Can I buy something? Chung Iran had a very deep understanding of this principle. For an ordinary musician like him, who didn't have much talent, no glamorous appearance, and no economic foundation, even if it was just one opportunity, he must seize it. But he had never encountered such an opportunity at this moment, an opportunity that subverted his understanding. This might be an opportunity, even if the other party was a devil. Chung Iran gritted his teeth and said heavily, I want to buy it. I'm sorry. Hongguan kept apologizing to the manager of the nightclub, bowing and apologizing. His hot-bloodedness and backbone had long been worn down by the thorny music road. For the sake of his life and family, even if the manager scolded him badly, he told himself that he must endure at least. He couldn't lose the money for tonight's performance. The manager of the nightclub snorted, What the hell? My table was fine, but your partner threw it away just because he said he wanted to. What a character. If so, don't come to my place to sing. Who was the one who begged me to give you a chance to stay here? You almost messed up tonight's event. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Hongguan hurriedly said, Please don't be angry. I'll definitely talk to him later. He's in a bad mood tonight, and he drank a little too much, so he's in a bad mood. I think he couldn't hold it back. Besides, manager, although he was like this, he was fine later, right? I'm alone, but the guests below the stage are also quite happy. The manager waved his hand impatiently. Okay, no need to say more. Isn't it just a salary? Don't worry, I'm a kind person. I won't give you less than your share. But your singer friend, I'm sorry. Not a single cent. Tell him to get lost. I don't want to see him anymore. Bah! Who do you think you are, pretending in front of me? Manager, can we talk about it again? If you don't give me a single cent, that's two. Let's talk about it again. The manager fiercely glared at him. The imposing manner of this nightclub for more than 10 years was enough to scare Hongguan. Besides, even you don't have a single cent. Hongguan suddenly lowered his head sadly. This was the reality. After the manager finished scolding him, he turned around and walked away. Before going out, he kicked a handful of electric shellfish on the ground and sneered, "Musician? Bah!" Hongguan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but he didn't go forward. After the manager left, he silently picked up his electric shellfish. Since he decided to give it up, it didn't matter whether he picked it up or not. He said to himself. Hongguan sighed and subconsciously took out his phone. The first saved number on the home page of his phone was still Chang Yuran. Hongguan's finger on the screen several times wanted to open it, but in the end he didn't press it. In the end, he just chose to send a short message, briefly explaining the matter, and finally wrote, "You should also calm down. I'll go back first. My wife is still in the hospital. If you have something to do, come to me. Then, it's a pity that I didn't cooperate with you for the last time." But before sending it, Hongguan was silent for a while and deleted the last sentence one by one, changing it to, "Let's part without any hard feelings." Hongguan silently packed up his things, walked out of the nightclub and sighed heavily. He suddenly smiled, but he didn't know what he was smiling about. He didn't choose to take a taxi. In order to save some money, Hongguan planned to take the last bus. "Hey, I'm off work, yes. I'll come to the hospital right away. It's not hard, not hard." "Well, okay. I didn't eat. Oh, I forgot to eat." "It's okay, I'll just buy something to eat." Hongguan talked with his wife on the phone. When they passed by a stall selling fish eggs, they subconsciously stopped. "Boss, is there anything else to eat?" Yu Danqiang, who was sitting on a folding stool and reading the newspaper, raised his head with a cigarette in his mouth and said casually, "There's nothing to eat. It's not enough for one serving. If you want to eat, you can pick them all up. I'll give you a share, 5 yuan. "Okay." Hongguan nodded. Yu Danqiang stood up, holding the tools, and began to skillfully put the remaining fish, tofu, fish eggs, and so on into a bowl. He suddenly glanced at Hongguan and said casually, "Bro, are you in the music business?" Hongguan gave a start and subconsciously looked at the tools on his back. He was afraid that he would never use them again, shook his head and said, "Not anymore." Yu Danqiang glanced again. "Why? Isn't it good to be in the music business?" Hongguan smiled. "I can't do it anymore." "Really?" Yu Danqiang nodded and sprinkled the sauce on the packed food bowl. "Well, thanks for the 5 yuan." Hongguan paid the money, took the things, and left. After a few steps, he suddenly heard the fish egg stall owner's voice. "I've been sitting here listening to it all night. It's very nice." Hongguan suddenly stopped as he turned around and stared at the boss of this fish egg stall. He suddenly smiled and walked toward the owner. "What? Didn't you take the chopsticks?" Hongguan shook his head, but took off the electric shell and put it on the stall. "Boss, this thing, I'll give it to you." "Give it to me? I won't be polite, and I won't give it back to you. Are you really willing to give it to me?" Yu Danqiang glanced at it casually, still smoking. Hongguan just gently patted the owner's shoulder and didn't say anything. He just lifted the box in his hand, put it in front of him, and sniffed, softly said, "This smells good. It must taste good." Yu Danqiang shrugged, sat down, put his left leg on his right knee, and read the newspaper again. For the owner of the fish egg stall, this was another strange person he had met by chance. After Hongguan left, Yu Danqiang yawned and also cleaned up his stall. But at this moment, a loud sound came from the nightclub in front of him. "Damn, will you die if you stop for a while?" But while listening, Yu Danqiang was a little distracted, and the innermost cigarette but fell to the ground. But he didn't notice. He subconsciously walked forward and approached the brightly lit nightclub. Not only him, Some people in the nearby nightclub who came here after having fun also began to look at the entrance of the nightclub. It was as if they were attracted by something. They were attracted by that deafening sound that seemed to be able to beat the world in their hearts. At the same time, inside the nightclub, the manager opened his mouth with an inconceivable expression on his face. He looked at the crazy customers in the hall, his hostesses, waiters, and so on. All of them were like drugs, crazily swaying. Crazy, crazy, the manager muttered to himself, but his body couldn't help but sway with the rhythm. Chapter 4:14. The craziness in the nightclub continued until 2:00 in the morning. Even after Chung Aran left the stage, the atmosphere didn't seem to be able to calm down. How should it be said? Probably it could only be described as wanting more. That was the most primitive, most barbaric, and most exciting performance in a large-scale concert that really made the audience explode with excitement. Chung Aran left the stage, but the audience was still like quenching steel, burning with passion from the bottom of their hearts. Encore, 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 encore. Without the sound system, one could still hear the spontaneous and loud cries of the audience backstage. There were only a few hundred people, but it felt like tens of thousands of people were shouting at the same time. Chung Aran sat here alone. His hands naturally hung down on both sides of the chair. He raised his head, unconsciously looking at the light on the ceiling of the room, and that electric guitar at this time was quietly lying on his legs. A dreamy scene flashed in front of his eyes. The fanaticism of the audience seemed to have turned into a part of the air, absorbed into his body, integrated into his blood, heating up the big red blood, flowing all over his body. He had never had such a sweaty experience. His whole body seemed to be ignited. He had never had such a moment. He felt that he was so close to touching the expectation in his heart. All of this was because of it. Chung Aran lowered his head, his hands carefully holding the electric guitar on his legs. All of this was because of this electric guitar. That mysterious businessman said that it could make people fall in love with it. After it was reborn, it was endowed with a shocking magic. The magic from that mysterious businessman. Chung Aran suddenly wanted to share this inconceivable and joyful feeling with others. He quickly took out his phone from his trouser pocket. However, he saw a message on the screen. Good meeting, good parting. Chung Aran wanted to share his feelings, but in a flash, it was as if he was drenched in cold water. His finger hovered on the first name in the contact list, but he didn't really open it. Good-G, Good-G-G, Good-G-G. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chung Aran frowned and subconsciously hung the guitar on her body again. She walked to the door, but did not open it immediately. Instead, she asked coldly, "Who is it?" "It's me, Manager Dai." Crack. Chung Aran frowned and said, "I'll leave after packing up. Don't worry, I won't break your things." She had only signed an agreement with Manager Dai to sing once. Chung Aran was clear about this man's character. "Hey, what are you talking about? When did I come to chase you away?" Manager Dai pushed open the half-open door and walked in. He smiled and said, "Little Chung, look, the effect tonight is really good. I'm very satisfied. What do you think? Are you willing to sign a long-term contract with us?" "Long-term." Chung Aran frowned. Manager Dai said, "That's right. Just now, many customers said that it was too cool. Even taking drugs didn't feel so good. Next time, they still want to listen to it." Manager Dai pulled Chung Aran's arm to make the distance between them closer. "Many people said that if they don't listen to you sing, they won't come next time." "Really?" Chung Aran frowned. "Really? How can it not be true?" Manager Dai patted his chest and said, "I never tell lies. Can't you hear what I'm saying? The people in the hall outside haven't left yet. Listen to it. Isn't he still calling out, 'Ank, Ank'?" There was a large group of people still waiting for her to sing. Chung Aran's first reaction was to be secretly happy, but at the same time she couldn't help but be secretly frightened. The magic of this guitar was so terrifying. She suddenly became distracted. Little Chung, little Chung, little Chung. Manager Dai gently shook Chung Iran's arm at this time. Chung Iran was absent-minded and said lightly, Manager Dai, I want to consider the long-term contract you mentioned. Manager Dai had seen this kind of situation many times. It was nothing more than not giving a good face to this person before. Now, this person deliberately gave a bad face to him with the intention of raising his status. Originally, this kind of hothead was very easy to deal with. To be able to open such a nightclub in this area, the boss behind must be a very capable person. Manager Dai had worked here for so many years. Naturally, he didn't need to care about other people's feelings. But now he didn't want to use the means of coercion and bribery, at least before they shed all pretense of cordiality. He was more willing to use the policy of conciliation. Damn it, this guy is really amazing. I, who don't understand music, actually like him. It's okay. You should think it over. Manager Dai laughed. But it's better not to think for too long. You also know that our place is the most popular. How many people are fighting to get on the stage here? Although we still lack a long-term contract, but there are many people below. Some of them are relatives, but I've been suppressing them all. I can't ruin this stage to drive away customers. I have to find a suitable one, right? But this can't be suppressed for too long. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. Chung Iran nodded and pushed Manager Dai out of the door. I'm a bit tired. I'll leave from the back door later. Then remember to give me an answer? That's a promise. Even if the door was closed, Chung Iran could still hear Manager Dai's voice. At this time, he leaned his back against the door of the room and calmed down slightly. When he left from the nightclub's back door, the cold wind of the city, which was close to 3:00 in the morning, blew on his face. Chung Iran still had a kind of unreal feeling. Maybe this was just a dream. When he woke up tomorrow, everything would be back to normal. Chung Iran walked to a small food stall, but suddenly stopped. This place is closed. There's nothing to eat. The owner of the small food stall waved his hand. Go to the convenience store in front. It's open 24 hours. No. Chung Iran frowned, walked forward, pointed at the small folding stool, and said in a deep voice, This thing, where did you get it? This? The owner opened his mouth, then shrugged. Someone gave it to me. Just now, young man. Why, you like it? I'll sell it to you for 500. I just took a look. It's still quite new. It should be worth some money. He gave it to you. Chung Iran took another step forward, grabbed the owner's collar with both hands, and almost roared. He gave it to you? Why did he give it to you? How can he give it to you? Damn. Are you trying to be unreasonable? The owner of the small food stall abruptly grabbed Chung Iran's arm and twisted, easily twisting her shoulder away. Let me tell you, you Don Chung, am not here for nothing. Back when I came out to make a living, you were still wearing your pants. Let me go. Chung Iran instinctively cried out in pain. Yu Danchang pushed her away, frowning, and said, If it was 10 years ago, I would have cut off your arm. Chung Iran gritted her teeth, not daring to approach. She calmed down and hesitated. He, the person who gave it to you, did he say anything else? I forgot, young man, such a small matter is like a dead mother. Yu Danchang yawned, shook his head, turned around, and continued to tidy up his stall, saying casually, This is mine. You can take 500 if you don't want it, leave. Chung Iran lowered her head, sighed, and didn't say anything. She silently looked at the bag placed there, sighed again, and turned to leave. On the other side where Hongguan had left. Damn, he really left? Yu Danqiang turned around in shock, stretched out his hand, and said, How about 300? Just 300, 200, 150. Damn, 120, no less. Damn, this thing is really worthless. Yu Danqiang shook his head and continued to tidy up the file. Is it really only 120? Then sell it to me. Suddenly, Yu Danqiang heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a younger man accompanied by a woman. He didn't know when they had come here. Oh, there's a beautiful woman accompanying him. He's probably some rich kid who came out to have fun? Such a calm demeanor. 120 was the price just now. Now it's 300. No, 500. Yu Donqiang raised his eyebrows. Saying a price means a decision, the young man smiled and asked, "Do you think this is the right price?" Yu Donqiang was stunned and thought to himself, does this guy feel uncomfortable if he doesn't get ripped off? Right? This guy is planning to show off in front of the beautiful woman beside him, right? TSK, these rich kids. If you don't think it's expensive, you can take it for 1,000. The beautiful woman beside the young man walked over, put down the money, and directly picked up the item, and finally said slowly, "Keep it well." Yu Donqiang suddenly shivered. He saw clearly that the woman's eyes were blue. Chapter 415. Of course, Brother Shaosheng couldn't stay in the nightclub anymore. He was soaking in a water tank on the roof of a building, until the water in the big water tank boiled completely. Brother Shaosheng jumped out. He felt much better after the cold wind blew. But the woman who made him so embarrassed, and whose background he didn't know. Let's call her a woman for now. How? What's her background? Brother Shaosheng squatted on the roof of the building. If it was a great demon, it was impossible that he had not seen it before. As for malicious ghosts, the ghost king of Fengdu, who was known as the most powerful one in the divine land, was actually just a water, ghost, rising city god. He was just a weakling who lived up to his name. Should I ask Long Shirua some other day? It's a bit humid recently. Should I make a fire pot? Thinking of this, Brother Shaosheng reached out and pulled out a strand of hair from the back of his head. He rubbed the hair and then blew it away. The strand of hair instantly exploded, and then transformed into a mist-like, mirror-like thing in front of Brother Shaosheng's door. Good guys, let me see what you are. Before Brother Shaosheng could finish his words, his face slightly changed. The mirror in front of him exploded again in an instant. The exploding water mist even covered his face. Brother Shaosheng reached out and scratched his face. After blinking his eyes a few times, he bared his teeth. Good guy, you found it so quickly. Brother Shaosheng jumped down from the building. His body jumped nimbly between the gaps of the buildings as if he was in the jungle. He planned to go back to his own place to change his clothes and comb his original hairstyle. Su Zijuan sat straight in front of Chichi Kamaya with her arms in her arms and shook her legs. Chichi Kamaya wanted to ask if she could pay attention to her manners. But after looking into the eyes of this extremely troublesome girl, the manager of the Elysium bar pretended not to see it. Chichi Kamaya sighed. Fortunately, Her Majesty was not here. Otherwise, if he saw her shaking her legs, he would be so angry that he would explode and jump out of his coffin. Suddenly, Su Zijuan opened her eyes. When Chichi Kamaya saw her, he broke out in a cold sweat. Princess, what's the matter? Time's up. Su Zijuan frowned and said, What's the result do you want to give me? Quick. I have a disgusting feeling right now, and I don't want to stay here for even a moment longer. But the person I sent hasn't returned yet. I can't do anything about it. Chichi Kamaya wiped his sweat and said, Princess, can you wait a little longer? Do you want me to find something delicious for you? Would the blood of a young female bobcat do? Besides, isn't there still a quarter of an hour left? There's no hurry. No need. Su Zijuan stopped shaking her legs and suddenly stood up. Inform me if you have any news. I'll leave now, right away. Yes, Princess. Chichi Kamaya put his hands together and bowed to Su Zijuan respectfully. See you off, Princess. I don't need you to see me off. I won't be able to walk out of here, even if the sun rises. Su Zijuan said and opened the door without looking back. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a bartender's uniform hurriedly ran over. Manager, I got the thing you asked me to ask. The middle-aged man just looked at Su Zijuan strangely. He didn't know who this girl was, but he knew that Manager Gue was very respectful to her, so she was a new worker. Oh, you got it? Chi-Chi Kamaya nodded with a smile and said slowly, then, just say it. Su Zijuan interrupted Chi-Chi Kamaya's slow words with a commanding tone. The middle-aged man nodded and didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly said, I asked a lot of monsters. There was indeed a guy who saw Shu you coming here last night, but he left later. Alone or with someone? Su Zijuan asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man said, I also asked this. He left alone. However, when it was almost daytime, a drunk longhorn beetle came home and said that he saw Shu Yu near his home. But he disappeared after a few calls. Where is his home? Oh, not far. It's just a hill in the suburbs. There's no name. It's just a wild hill. Really? Su Zijuan lowered her voice. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. This girl gave off a terrifying aura of oppression. Su Zijuan pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Where is that longhorn beetle? Oh, he's still drinking downstairs. The middle-aged man smiled and said, This poor guy. I don't know if he's rich recently. He comes here every 2 or 3 days and orders expensive things. Bring him to see me. Su Zijuan nodded, but suddenly frowned and changed her mind. No, take me to see him. Save time. It's too late. Su Zijuan's face suddenly changed. Before Chi-Chi Kamaya and the middle-aged man could react, she broke the window and jumped down to the bar below. The girl's landing posture was very elegant. However, someone jumped down from the broken window. Although she didn't hit anyone, it was impossible for the guests here not to see it. Everyone, all the monsters, looked at Su Zijuan. Ghost Baby, who was guarding a small butterfly, was startled at this time. He quickly ran forward and asked with a frown, Big sister, what's the matter? Did the old dirty guy offend you? Chi-Chi Kamaya doesn't dare to offend him. Su Zijuan said indifferently. She glanced at the scene and said directly, Which one is the longhorn beetle? Come out, I have something to ask you. Among the crowd of demons, there was a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Only one figure seemed to shrink back slightly at this moment. Su Zijuan had good eyesight. She snorted, Found you! She didn't do anything. She just disappeared in front of the monsters and then appeared in another place. Was that a movement? Who is this? She seems quite powerful. A drunk old water buffalo rubbed his confused eyes and asked his drinking friend, I don't know, but the smell of blood is very strong. The monsters were discussing, and the disc jockey in the bar turned off the music instantly. At this time, Su Zijuan lifted up a guy whose body was completely different from hers with one hand. This guy's feet were off the ground, but he was still running away. He was actually less than 1 meter tall. Who are you? I didn't offend you. Let me go. This longhorn beetle monster said in horror. He only felt that the blood in his body seemed to be flowing backward, and his heart rate was rising rapidly. You don't need to worry about this. Su Zijuan pulled him over and said indifferently, You just need to tell me where you live and where you saw Shu Yu. If you tell me, you can eat and drink here for free for the next month. Okay, no problem. The longhorn beetle monster was so excited that he didn't care whether he was scared or not. Wait for me outside, and I'll go out immediately. Su Zijuan quickly whispered in Longhorn Bull's ear. Then she reached out and pushed Longhorn Bull out of the group of monsters. Longhorn Bull lay in front of the door of the bar. Without looking at the longhorn beetle's movements, Su Zijuan turned around and said, Let's go, little butterfly. Where is she? Su Zijuan suddenly frowned, because she didn't see Luo dance in front of the bar counter who was supposed to be there. Ghost Baby, where's the person I brought? Ah. Ghost Baby looked around blankly. This? Big sister, I saw her lying here just now. Could it be that he took advantage of the chaos just now to escape by himself? She shouldn't go anywhere. Maybe she's still here. Su Zijuan frowned and sniffed, but there were too many monsters here. so she couldn't find the smell of Luo Dance's blood in an instant. Big sister, it's too late. Su Zijuan quickly said, Listen, ghost baby. If she is still here, you must take good care of her. If anyone dares to touch her, you will kill them, no matter how powerful they are. Got it. After saying that, Su Zijuan flashed away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ghost baby knew that this big sister had left. He didn't wonder why Su Zijuan left in such a hurry, because almost at the next moment, the boss of the Elysium bar came back. At this moment, the iron plate above the bar suddenly opened up, and a figure stood at the opening, looking down and opening his hands. "Ha! Zijuan, my love, is it you? My heart is beating fast from afar, and I can't help it. Hey, where is she? Boss, your pants fell off." The wind blew at his crotch, making him feel cold. Would he be punished if he went back? Tae-Yinzi held the bag that the boss just bought with a heavy heart. As a black soul messenger who believed in rock, he certainly knew what was in the bag. But Tae-Yinzi was very sensible and restrained his impulse to fiddle with it. He just lowered his head and followed the boss silently from about 10 meters away. As for why he didn't follow up, the boss was walking with Miss Servant Girl at this moment, on the quiet street of Lingqing City at 3:00 p.m. There was no one there. Back and forth are all thoughts. It's not bad to walk like this occasionally. Luoqiu looked at the night sky. There was no special meaning, just the basic etiquette of sending a female companion back after attending a concert. The boss said, Yu Yi is his female companion tonight. A female companion was different from a maid, so he naturally had to send her off. Master, here we are. Seeing the door of the club, Yu Yi turned sideways. For Miss Servant Girl, this might be the first thing she experienced in her life. Luoqiu suddenly smiled and looked forward. I didn't expect that there would be a guest. Yes. Miss Servant Girl smiled and followed the boss's gaze. On the road, a staggering figure was coming towards them. She had a silly smile and a blush on her face. She was holding a bottle of something in her hands and burping while walking on the roadside. A pair of colorful wings spread out behind her. She was Luo Dance, the little butterfly monster who had just ascended. Yu Yi smiled, seems to be drunk. Chapter 416. Brother Shaosheng was sitting in the office with the broken glass. It should be said that he was squatting. As for the place where he was squatting, it was the only desk in the office. Brother Shaosheng pointed at the broken floor-to-ceiling glass window and blinked. "Oh? You said she didn't come, and Ghost Baby didn't know. Then Chi-Chi Kamaya, tell me who broke it, and so many monsters downstairs just had an illusion." Well, in my opinion, they should be under a collective illusion. Chi-Chi Kamaya said slowly with his hands retracted. Brother Shaosheng slammed the table and jumped down, almost hitting in front of Chi-Chi Kamaya. He widened his eyes and said, "Old turtle, you don't believe that I can break your turtle shell?" "Boss, you have already broken it once when you were drunk at the beginning of this month." Chi-Chi Kamaya said seriously, "So I believe it." Brother Shaosheng suddenly scratched his ears and cheeks and flew into a rage. Finally, he stretched out his hand to tidy up Chi-Chi Kamaya's clothes and said kindly, Master Turtle, Grandpa Turtle, I just broke it a little last time. How can you be so calculative with me about such trivial things? Grandpa Tortoise, please take pity on me and tell me directly, is Zijuan really back?" "Boss, when you asked me to be the manager, we had 3 rules. Gue, Chinny said calmly, "You promised me that you wouldn't ask me about the princess, so I stayed." "Boss, are you going to break your promise?" Brother Shaosheng suddenly pulled Chi-Chi Kamaya's mouth. "Chi-Chi Kamaya, do you really not understand, or are you pretending to be confused? Why did I promise you? Isn't it because I know that your princess will come back to find you, so I kept you?" Chi-Chi Kamaya sighed and said, "Boss, you are a good person. Although you don't mean what you say, you still took us in. No matter what, I respect you. But I am loyal to the princess." Pedantic. Brother Shaosheng suddenly let go of Chi-Chi Kamaya and shook his head. Forget it. If you don't tell me, can I find it myself? Since he's back, I don't believe that I can't find him. Thank you for your understanding, boss. Chichikamaya slowly bowed and said, Boss, are you really not going to change your clothes? Brother Shaosheng. Sun Shaosheng was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously touched his bear, but I forgot. Luo Dance woke up in such a situation. Her mouth was dry, her head seemed to be pressed by two hands, and she even felt nauseous. When she woke up, she couldn't remember what had happened at all. She just looked around and felt strange. This was not the room in the pet center that she was used to sleeping in. Little Butterfly couldn't describe the style of this place, but it was different from the modern style she was used to. The floor seemed to be made of wood, and the style of the bed, what a big bed! She even had an impulse to roll on the bed. As for whether it was dangerous in a strange place, she didn't seem to think about it at the first time. Maybe it was because of her personality, or her brain was not fully awake, so she couldn't think too much at once. Luo Dance held the white pillow and lay on the bed. She was in a daze for a while, then suddenly sat up. Oh no! Sister Zijuan, Uncle Mouse Monster. Little Butterfly knocked on her head with some annoyance. How could I forget? Muttering, Luo Dance quickly jumped down from the bed. Her smooth feet stepped on the wooden floor. The cold feeling made her a little uncomfortable. Where are my shoes? Luo Dance tilted her head. Not only she couldn't find her shoes, but also the clothes on her body didn't seem to be the ones she wore yesterday. It was a white nightgown. It was a little short, probably just above her knee. Little Butterfly squatted down, bent over, and put her head under the bed to look for it. But at this time, the door of the room opened. Are you looking for something? Because she put her head under the bed. Strictly speaking, it was a very indecent posture for a normal person. After all, her skirt was lifted up, and she could vaguely see between her legs. But after all, monsters were not human beings, and Little Butterfly, who just mingled in human society, didn't have too many concepts. As for the owner of the voice, Miss Maid naturally didn't intend to avoid anything. Thus, the Little Butterfly monster woke up from her hangover and met the maid from the club by looking upside down between her legs. Ah, you are. Little Butterfly was so surprised that she suddenly raised her head. But it was too fast and too inexplicable, so her head heavily knocked on the bed, making no sound. Miss Maid smiled and walked into the room. After putting down the things in her hands, she came over and helped Little Butterfly up, saying softly, I'm Yu Yi. Oh yes, I'm Yu Ye's sister. Luo Dance rubbed her head and blushed. Sorry, I didn't remember. It's all right. Yu Yi shook her head gently. I've washed your clothes. Come down after you put them on. Luo Dance glanced at the neatly folded clothes on the plate, her clothes from yesterday, and even her shoes. The shoes looked very new. It seemed like they had been washed inside and out. Why? Luo Dance asked subconsciously. Yu Yi smiled faintly. Have you forgotten? Last night, you vomited all over my master's body. Ah. Luo Dance suddenly jumped up with a pale face, partly because of the hangover and partly because of the fright. But you didn't vomit, Miss Maid added at the end. You scared me. Luo Dance breathed a sigh of relief and patted her small chest. But Miss Maid suddenly said, Little Butterfly immediately raised her voice, fearing that she would hear something even worse from this servant girl. But what? Yu Yi chuckled. Next time, don't show your underwear when you wear a night dress. It's very inelegant for a girl to do so. Luo Dance followed Miss Maid cautiously and walked down the stairs. She didn't know where she was before going down the stairs, but after going down, she found that the place she was at was the club. When she looked past Miss Maid and saw the boss sitting at a small round table, she secretly stuck out her tongue. She didn't make him unhappy, did she? Little Butterfly was faintly worried. At this time, Luaccio was reading the newspaper, drinking half of the black tea in front of him and eating the food on the plate. Boss Luo, who was turning the newspaper, raised his head. "You're awake. Are you hungry? I've prepared some food for you. Yi, go and take it out." Little Butterfly had already eaten up a thick Xinhua dictionary, so she naturally knew the meaning of the word elegant. At this time, she felt that Sister Yi in front of her was really a good example of elegance. She nodded slightly with a perfect smile, which made people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Then she turned around and put her hands on her waist. Every step she took, her body swayed very little. Little Butterfly even thought that if a book was put on Sister Yuya's head, it probably wouldn't fall down. Chapter 417. The servant girl who went to get the food hadn't come back yet. Luo Dance had sat down, but she grabbed her trousers with her hands and straightened her back. She didn't dare to look sideways and didn't dare to say a word. At least, she didn't dare to say anything before the boss opened his mouth. "Do I look scary?" Luochio suddenly asked curiously. "I remember you weren't so nervous when you came here for the first time." "That's because... The little butterfly raised her head and then shrank back, saying in a low voice, "Because I didn't know what? Didn't know you were so powerful." Luo Dance's voice became lower. "Am I stupid? If I offended you, please forgive me." As if this was not enough to express her apology, Luo Dance quickly stood up and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry. Last time I asked you to accompany me to see Little Black and Little White, and the time before that. Every time I see you, I don't know why, but my mood will be inexplicably better." Luochio shook his head and waved his hand to let the little butterfly sit down again. He smiled. "We don't have the rule of asking customers to apologize. Just relax." Is that so?" Luo Dance opened her eyes wide with a puzzled look. Luochio just smiled and didn't say anything. He turned to a new page of the newspaper and continued to read. "What are you reading?" The little butterfly monster, who didn't feel so nervous, asked with puzzlement. "Something interesting." Luochio looked at the little butterfly monster and said casually, "Someone took a picture of an unidentified flying object last night." "An unidentified flying object?" Luochio nodded and said, "There's a report here that a tramp claimed to have met an immortal last night, who pulled him up to the sky and flew to a faraway place." The little butterfly monster blinked. "Immortal?" "Oh, yes." Luochio flipped to another page. "It says here, well, the owner of this convenience store said that it was robbed in the middle of the night. However, the thief didn't seem to have stolen any money. He just drank all the milk and honey in the shop and threw the boxes on the ground." Luo Dance suddenly burped, and then quickly covered her mouth. "And let's talk about it here." Luochio glanced at the little butterfly monster whose ears were starting to redden, smiled, and said, "There are more than a dozen people whose pets inexplicably ran to the street in the middle of the night. When they woke up in the morning, they found that these pets were all in an open space. It looks like... What does it look like? It looks like he's drunk and messily stacked together. I don't know what he went through." After saying this, the club's boss finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He clenched his hand into a fist and gently pressed it against his lips, unable to hide his smile. "And don't say any more." The little butterfly monster's face was extremely red like boiling water. She subconsciously said, You're so bad." Luochio took a deep breath and put down his hand. The happy smile on his face gradually faded, and he became quiet once more. Luochio folded the newspaper and put it down, saying softly, "I'm sorry, I seem to have lost my composure." "No, it's nothing," Luo Dance muttered. As the boss read the information in the newspaper, some intermittent pictures began to flash in her mind. "I don't know what's wrong with me. Is my brain broken?" The little butterfly monster looked at him pitifully and said with fear, "I've never been like this before." Luochio suddenly waved his hand, and a bottle on the club bar flew into his hand. "I found this on you last night. It's really high in sugar and tastes good. But for you, the concentration of alcohol is probably a bit high. Do you like drinking this kind of thing? Luo Dance was afraid of being misunderstood. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, no. I drank it for the first time. I didn't know it would be like this. I won't dare to drink it again. Luocio knocked on the bottle and said, It's not like something you can buy in an ordinary convenience store. The little butterfly monster didn't intend to hide it. Oh, I got it from the Elysium bar. The bartender, Uncle Boar, gave it to me. He said it tasted good and was suitable for girls to drink. I didn't expect it would be like this. Uncle Boar is so bad. Uncle Boar. Bar. Luocio was quite curious. What's the Elysium bar? Master, it's a place for monsters to drink and have fun. He saw Miss Maid holding a plate in both hands and slowly walking towards him. Yu Yi explained while putting the plates and tools in front of the little butterfly monster. It's in the abandoned industrial park in the west. Monsters living in the city or other places passed by and looked for it. It seems that this bar should be famous in the circle of monsters in the east. Speaking of this, Miss Servant Girl glanced at the little butterfly monster and smiled. It should be similar to the hospital where Miss Dance works now. As for other things, I don't know. You didn't go in and just took a look from afar. Luocio nodded. Later, he learned from Yi that the club was open not long ago. Miss Servant Girl naturally didn't go out because of the former boss. Luocio thought that Yu Yi should have already memorized the map of this city. She went to buy vegetables every day, so naturally, she was familiar with everything known or unknown about this city for her master. I haven't been there. A bar for monsters to drink? I'll find some time to go and have a look. Okay. Luocio thought for a while and suddenly looked at Luo Pianran. How's Miss Long recently? Little Butterfly could interject. She had a strange feeling. She felt that when the boss and Sister Yu Yi talked, they seemed to be in another world. Even if she was here, she didn't feel like she was here. She couldn't describe the contradiction between being here and not being here. She just felt that he and Sister Yu were very far away from her. Ah, do you know my sister Long? We've met several times. Luocio whispered, If you go back and see Miss Long, please tell her that I'm sorry for offending her last time. If she needs it, I'll treat her with the best discount. Okay. Little Butterfly nodded obediently. I know. Luocio smiled. Can you still eat? Ah. Luo Dance was stunned and then looked at the things in front of her. She blinked and asked in surprise, What's this? It's so beautiful. Layers upon layers of gold and milky white were stacked on top of each other on an exquisite white porcelain plate. Beside the plate, there was a very beautiful pattern of wings outlined with strange red lines, as well as green leaves that were used to decorate it. It's just a simple French jelly. Yu whispered. The golden layer at the bottom is made of lychee honey. The upper layers are osmanthus honey, jujube honey, locust honey, and wild honey. As for the white ones, they are obviously ordinary pure milk, watery milk, goat milk, and coconut milk. I didn't have enough materials, so I only used a little cold sky powder to freeze it into a jelly and spread it layer by layer. As for the red part, it's made of sugarcane juice and then boiled with saffron and maple syrup. As for the side dish, it's made of mint leaves. After the introduction, the maid smiled and said, Miss Pianxian, please enjoy your meal. How was it simple? She didn't understand. The little butterfly monster listened in a daze. Her eyes stared at the crystal clear, bright, and soft things on the plate. She didn't know where to start. I don't want to eat it. This Sister Yu Yi is so awesome. Super awesome. Can I take it back? Luo Dance finally came up with a solution that was not considered a compromise. In the end, Luo Dance still couldn't take it away. Instead, she swallowed it because Miss Maid said that it wouldn't last long and would melt, which would affect the taste. Looking at the clean plate, the little butterfly demon felt a great sense of guilt. Just as she was considering whether or not to lick the wings drawn with the syrup on the side clean, she suddenly jumped in fright. It was the sound of a large, old pendulum clock on the side of the club lobby. Ah, it's already 10 o'clock. Luo Dance was stunned and jumped up. It's so late. It's just a hangover, it's nothing. Luocho whispered, It doesn't matter once in a while. No, Luo Dance hurriedly said. I'm going to open the restaurant. Oh no. Because she was in a hurry, little Butterfly accidentally kicked a corner of the table. She lost her balance and fell to the ground with her chin on the floor. Chapter 418. Well, it's all right. You didn't bite your tongue. Yu-Yi opened Butterfly Monster's lips and checked carefully before putting down the cotton swab in her hand. It's just a scratch on the surface of your mouth. With your physique, it should be healed in a few minutes. Thank you. Luo Dance thanked her very seriously. Little Butterfly really felt that she had lost a lot of face today. She secretly glanced at the boss and found that he seemed to have returned to his previous appearance. The childlike smile just now, was it an illusion? Ah, I remember. Luo Dance suddenly raised her head and stood up quickly. I really have to go back. There's something urgent. With this, Luo Dance rushed out of the club and pushed the door open. It's very interesting. Luocho looked at the two swinging door panels with a small arc on his face. It seems that the master likes Miss Dance very much. Yu-Yi smiled and began to clean up the tableware on the table. When Luocho was about to say something, the bell in front of the club rang. Luo Dance rushed in again and trotted on the same spot. Boss, I have something to do. If I can't solve it, can I come to ask for your help? Looking at Luo Dance's serious face, Luocho nodded and said, Of course, the door here will always be open for you. Whoa. Luo Dance nodded. Then I'm leaving. It's really too late. Her figure was like the wind. After finishing her words, the little butterfly monster ran away again. Luocho and Yu-Yi smiled at each other, but this time when the servant girl wanted to say something, she was interrupted again. Jingle! The bell on the door rang again. The little butterfly monster didn't come in this time, but stood in front of the door, looking at Luocho and Yu-Yi. She took a deep breath and bowed hard. I forgot! Boss, Sister Yu-Yi, thank you for your hospitality. The doorbell hadn't rung for a long time, and the butterfly monster had stopped coming and going. She was probably far away by now. Luocho lowered his head and smiled. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed a black pouch from the side. He took out the item inside, a handful of electric bass. The electric bass that Hongguan had given to someone else. It was the electric bass that Boss Luo had bought from Yu Danqiang. The electric bass had the word Tian engraved on it. Boss Luo put it on himself and moved his fingers casually. Then he looked at Miss Maid and answered her question. Isn't such a beautiful thing worth liking? Yu-Yi sat down beside the boss and silently accompanied him. So there's a built-in audio device. Not bad. Luocho fiddled with it a few more times and said with a smile, Let's play a simple solo. Luocho asked, Is that okay? Yu-Yi said, Okay. This was a world that only belonged to him and her. Luo Dance not only remembered that she had to go back to the pet center to open the door, but also remembered that she had more important things to do. After leaving the club, her first reaction was to rush back to the pet hospital to see if Su Zijuan had come back. But when she returned to the pet center, she found that Su Zijuan hadn't come back for the whole night. But Ant, Rat, Monster, Shu Xiao Shu, and Cheese had been waiting there for a long time. Sister Zijuan didn't have a mobile phone. Little Butterfly Monster found that she couldn't contact Su Zijuan at all. Looking at Ant, Rat, Monster, and her son, she didn't know what to do for a while. What should I do? Shu Xiaoshu began to cry again. She was no different from an ordinary human housewife. Except for being a good wife, her only advantage was that she was able to give birth. Aunt Luo Dance felt sad for a while, but she didn't know how to comfort her. She had the feeling of losing a family member, but she couldn't forget it even if she wanted to. At this time, the back door of the pet center opened, and Su Zijuan walked in expressionlessly. Sister Zijuan, you're back. I'm sorry, I don't know what I did last night. Oh, let's not talk about this. Have you found the news of Uncle Rat Monster? Madam, do you have any news of my husband? Shu Xiaoshu came forward at once. Su Zijuan looked at the anxious Shu Xiaoshu and Cheese, took out a ring from her clothes and showed it to them. This is Shu Yu's. Shu Xiaoshu was stunned and took the ring with trembling hands. This is our wedding ring. He always wore it on his finger and never took it off. Why? Since it's really Shu Yu's, you can take it back and keep it as a souvenir. Su Zijuan said indifferently, Don't look for him anymore. He's dead. What? Impossible. Shu Xiaoshu suddenly went crazy and grabbed Su Zijuan's hand. You lied to me. I don't believe it. At this time, Su Zijuan's eyes suddenly turned red. She waved her arm, and an invisible force directly threw Shu Xiaoshu and her son out of the back door of the pet hospital. I've done what you asked me to do. Su Zijuan snorted. This ring is the answer. Shu Yu is dead. This is a fact. Don't think you can push me because you're pitiful. Be careful, or I'll drink all your blood. Now get out. Not only the bloody eyes, but also the sharp teeth. The huge momentum from the big monster instantly crushed all the defenses of the mother and son at the bottom of the monster world. Shu Xiaoshu felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. She subconsciously hugged the shivering Cheese, lowered her head and cried. She gritted her teeth and staggered away step by step. Sister Zijuan, Luo Dance looked at Su Zijuan's appearance in horror. She saw a handful of long hair scattered behind her back. She didn't know whether Su Zijuan's appearance was really horrible at this time. She just felt that the atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressing. Do you want to bother me too? Su Zijuan didn't look back and said indifferently, No, Sister Zijuan, what happened? Shu Yu is dead. This is the answer. Su Zijuan snorted, waving her sleeves, and turned away. I'm going to sleep during the day. Don't bother me. She walked towards the inner room, but after a few steps, she suddenly fell to the ground. Sister Zijuan. The little butterfly monster was shocked. She quickly ran over and shook the body. Su Zijuan's body was always cold, but this time it was much colder than before. She turned over Su Zijuan's body and saw a trace of blood overflowing from her mouth. Sister Zijuan, are you hurt? Go away, leave me alone. Go away. Su Zijuan said weakly, Oh, go, Sister Zijuan. Ah. Su Zijuan's eyes turned extremely red in an instant, showing a crazy color. Her canine teeth seemed to grow a little longer. She reached out and grabbed Luo Dance's arm, biting down directly. She crazily sucked the blood of the little butterfly monster. Zijuan, sister. The little butterfly's consciousness gradually began to fade away. The sky had completely darkened. When Su Zijuan opened her eyes, she found that she was lying on the bed in the room, and the little butterfly monster was lying on the edge of the bed. Su Zijuan struggled to support her body, which seemed to wake up Luo Dance. Luo Dance raised her head slowly. Her face was pale and scary, but when she saw Su Zijuan wake up, she showed a joyful smile. Sister Zijuan, you wake up! Su Zijuan frowned. She suddenly grabbed Luo Dance's arm and pulled open her sleeve. She saw the bite mark on her arm and the dry skin around the bite mark. Sister Zijuan, shut up! Su Zijuan snorted. Then she grabbed Luo Dance's other arm and pulled open the sleeve. She also saw the same bite mark. She put down Luo Dance's arm and frowned. I can't control myself when I need blood, but I still remember. I remember that I just bit one side. What happened to the other side? Luo Dance lowered her head. She was afraid of angering Su Zijuan. She said carefully, Sister Zijuan, you fell asleep later, but you still looked very tired. I was afraid. I was afraid that the blood was not enough, so, are you going to bite me on the other side as well? Su Zijuan was furious. I'm sorry. Aren't you afraid of death? Her eyes turned dark red again because of anger. She scolded in a low voice. Aren't you afraid that I'll suck all your blood? Luo Dance raised her head and said stubbornly, But I'm also afraid that Sister Zijuan will die. You! Su Zijuan pursed her lips. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. Looking at Luo Dance's pale face and firm eyes, she always felt that she was very far away from her, like two individuals in two different worlds. Chapter 419. Su Zijuan put her hands on her waist, raised her head, and raised the bottle in her hand. She drank up the red liquid in the milk bottle. Blood. Su Zijuan heaved a heavy sigh. She wiped the corner of her mouth and sat down. She crossed her legs and looked at Luo Dance, who was still pale. She said indifferently, You don't want to take the blood of so many monsters from me. You insist on using your own blood. Don't you think you are stupid? Ah. Luo Dance was stunned. After thinking for a while, she said surprisingly, Sister Zijuan, you didn't use the blood for testing, but drank it yourself. Su Zijuan sighed and shook her head. One day you will piss me off. You should be angry at least for a while. Why should I be angry? Little Butterfly asked with her head tilted. The bottle in Su Zijuan's hand was broken by her slightly hard grip, and the glass shards were scattered all over the floor. But seeing this, the little butterfly monster hurriedly stood up. Oh no, Sister Zijuan, did you hurt your hand? Oh, it's dirty. You have to clean it up quickly, or Sister Long will be angry when she comes back. Looking at Luo Dance, who wanted to get the cleaning tools, Su Zijuan gritted her teeth and stood up. She pulled Luo Dance's arm and pulled her to the bed. Su Zijuan turned over and sat on Luo Dance's body. Then she bent down so that the tip of her nose almost touched the tip of Butterfly Monster's nose. She looked at her like this. Sister Zijuan, what's wrong? Luo Dance asked confusedly, although she was pressed down. Look at me, look at my eyes. Su Zijuan said indifferently, Do you see these red eyes? Let me ask you, are you afraid of this pair of red eyes? Luo Dance looked at her carefully for a while, and suddenly said, Sister Zijuan, are you heaty? Is there something in your eyes? Do you want me to wipe it for you? This was embarrassing. Su Zijuan coughed twice and got up from the butterfly monster's body. She sat on the edge of the bed and remained silent. Luo Dance also sat up. Sister Zijuan, are you still not feeling well? Shall I get you some more blood? All right, there's no need. You don't have to be so concerned about me. Su Zijuan shook her head and looked at the little butterfly. Her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but after a while she suddenly said, Did that rat demon come again? You mean Ant Mouse Monster. Luo Dance shook her head. She hasn't been here. Sister Zijuan, you were so fierce just now. Are you scared of any mouse monster and cheese? Is that so? Su Zijuan said indifferently, It's good that it didn't come. You should stop thinking about it and face the reality. It's better for everyone to have a short period of pain than a long period of pain. Sister Zijuan, what's going on? Why did you get hurt? Su Zijuan suddenly sneered. It's just a stupid thing done by a few idiots. If it wasn't for the fact that my injuries haven't healed yet, those guys wouldn't have been able to touch me. Sister Zijuan? Su Zijuan suddenly said, Do you know why Long Shirwa stayed here? Why is there another Elysium bar besides this one? And why are there more monsters in this city? Luo Dance thought for a while and said, I heard from Grandpa Tree Monster that this area has been rich in aura since ancient times. Is it because of this? Aura. This is the basis of monster survival. Su Zijuan nodded. Most of the monsters can live without eating for a long time, but they can't live without aura. Now, more and more places have been developed by humans, leaving less and less places for monsters to live. But the aura in this city has been very rich since ancient times. Even though there are many high-rise buildings, it's still much better than some deep mountains and forests. Do you know why? Luo Dance shook her head. Su Zijuan said seriously, that's because there's a huge aura that has existed since ancient times in the deep underground of this place. As the old saying goes, the spirit of the earth is the spirit of the earth and the spirit of the earth. This place is rich in aura, so it's naturally more suitable for living and monsters to live. Luo Dance suddenly said, Wow, it turns out that there's an aura here. No wonder I can see so many monsters and some formed souls. And the small animals here are so smart. This aura is one of the few aura veins that is still in its prime. Su Zijuan said indifferently, most of the aura veins in Kelowna are in the period of exhaustion. Long Shura is the last Shinryu. She found this place with great difficulty, so naturally she has to guard this aura well and not let some hot-headed guys have any ideas about it. Su Zijuan shook her head. But the news that she left recently probably spread. Some greedy guys have begun to be narrow-minded. Luo Dance thought for a while, although it was quite shocking to know that there was a huge aura here. But what does this have to do with Uncle Rat Monster? Su Zijuan frowned. Last night, I didn't find you because a disgusting guy was coming back. I didn't want to stay, so I left first. After I found the long-horned beetle that was waiting for me, she began to talk about her experience. The long-horned beetle was called Bai Shuwing. He was an earth monster born and bred in this hill. He had no family and had always lived by himself. He didn't compete with others and hid in the mountains. Occasionally he would go to the pure land of bliss to drink a few cups of wine and exchange information about the circle of monsters. Day after day he never thought that he would be held hostage by a powerful monster. For example, the one in front of him, judging from her indifferent aura, was she a real monster? After leaving the Elysium bar, Bai Shuing's drunkenness subsided a lot. After calming down, he naturally knew that he was in a bad situation. That, Madam, may I ask which hill you are from? Although Bai Shuing said that he would take Su Zijuan to the place where he lived. He didn't dare to walk in front of this big monster. At this time he could only ask from behind. Although you are small, you talk a lot. Su Zijuan said indifferently, Bai Shuing. Bai Shuing opened his mouth. That's all I said on the way, okay? Well, this big monster is probably an aggressive character. I heard from Chichi Kamaya that you seem to have made a fortune recently and spend money in the bar every day, right? Su Zijuan suddenly stopped, turned around and squinted at the long-horned beetle monster in front of her. This place was remote. It was the suburb of the city in the hill. Su Zijuan's eyes emitted a strange red light, and there was an evil smile on her face. Bai Shuing swallowed his saliva instinctively, and his legs didn't listen to him. He stepped back step by step. Madam, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Su Zijuan sneered. I want to ask you, why did you take me here on purpose? Madam, I don't know. You don't know. Su Zijuan's voice became colder and colder. Suddenly, she licked her lips and said, Don't worry, I will make you remember. I rarely drink the blood of long-horned beetles, and I have no interest in an old one like you. But what? Bai Shuing's legs suddenly softened, and his legs didn't listen to him. He immediately knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound rang out all around them, as if something was scratching against glass. Su Zijuan looked up and saw a figure standing in the shadow of a tree under the moonlight, and there was even a voice. Your Highness, why do you make things difficult for a guy who doesn't know anything? Bai Shuing suddenly summoned his courage and stood up. Madam Ghost, save me. I brought all the suspicious guys here, as you said. Madam Ghost, you have to save me. The figure suddenly jumped down from the tree at an extremely fast speed. The figure flashed past Bai Shuing and finally stopped in front of Su Zijuan. And Bai Shuing's head had already disappeared. It had been twisted off by the figure's owner and held in his hand. I asked you to bring all the suspicious guys here, but I didn't ask you to bring the most troublesome ones here. Useless guy, you don't even know this one. The one in front of them had a big shiny bald head, eyes like an eagle, and a pair of fiery red eyebrows. He was very tall but also very thin. Madame Ghost threw Bai Shuing's head away and then smiled. Am I right? Your Highness. Oh, right. Now you are the last descendant of the Xianyuan royal family after reincarnation. Chapter 420. The red-browed, bald man in front of Su Zijuan. Xiang Lu smiled. Everything in the world has a slim chance of survival. Princess, you should know better than me, right? Su Zijuan frowned. She was not in the mood to talk nonsense with the guy in front of her. She said directly, Xiang Lu, since you are not dead, why don't you find a place to live freely? Why do you come back? Of course. I come back to thank Lord Long for his kindness. Xiang Lu said indifferently, we don't mean to offend you. I wonder if you can turn a blind eye to it and just stand by? Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes. Xiang Lu smiled. Princess, you chose to reincarnate as a real spirit. Didn't you want to get rid of the monster world? In that case, why do you want to get involved in this mess? Xiang Lu can make a comeback today, so naturally he can't be confused with that day. I hope you can think twice. Su Zijuan suddenly laughed coldly. Long Shihua thought that you were the only descendant of Xiang Lu, so he didn't want the monster world to be reduced again, so he destroyed all your cultivation and drove you out. I didn't expect that after 100 years, you still haven't changed. What are you planning to do now that you've returned? According to your tone, you're going to take this matter? Xiang Lu said calmly. Su Zijuan said indifferently, I am not interested in the monster world. But I, Su Zijuan, am not someone who anyone can point fingers at in front of me. Xiang Lu, you are not qualified. That's a pity, princess. Xiang Lu sneered. I call you princess here, which is already polite. Since you don't want to accept my kindness, then don't blame me for offending you. You, princess, don't forget that you are not Shinria now. You are no different from us now that you have become a Ba. Xiang Lu waved his hand, and the strange purple light on his palm began to flash. Without the power of Shinryu, you can't suppress me. Su Zijuan waved her hands fiercely, showing her red eyes, sharp teeth, and black sharp nails. There were hills nearby, and only small animals in the hills could feel the two different, but inexplicably huge, monster powers at the same time. But the animals didn't know that the two people who were fighting here had stirred up the taboo of Kelowna. They looked up and saw two vague streamers in the sky, like the night sky, drawing it was beautiful. A dark red light wrapped around Su Zijuan. She was the main attacker. The attacks were like drum beats, ceaselessly beating on Xiang Lu's body like huge waves. Under the storm-like attacks, Xiang Lu's face was calm. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was like a lurking poisonous snake waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Although the princess is no longer a true dragon, her strength seems to have declined compared to 100 years ago. Has she been in the human world for too long that her sharp claws have been worn off? Lu, do you want to disturb me? Redundant. I'd like to see how much patience you have. How long can you stand without fighting back? Whether you have the ability to wait for me to show my flaw. Su Zijuan's speed suddenly increased by 2 times. Xiang Lu's face was still calm, but his eyes seemed to be tightened. Only he knew that he had a feeling of being unable to cope with the sudden doubling of speed. Boom! In a split second, Xiang Lu only felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had taken a heavy punch from Su Zijuan. This punch knocked Xiang Lu down into the forest below and completely shattered his contempt for him. Looking at the little figure standing proudly under the night sky and the completely disproportionate blood-red monster power, Xiang Lu wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and stood up. He looked up at Su Zijuan and smiled. Your Highness is really powerful. I'll ask you one more time. Do you really want to stop me? Humph! No one can order me to do what I like. Princess, Xiang Lu can promise that no matter what I plan to do, I won't continue to offend you as long as you stop. How about that? What a joke. Su Zijuan sneered. Since you're here, do you think I don't know what you're going to do? How many strong ley lines are there in Kelowna? Every loss of one is equal to cutting off the remaining monster's way of life. Although I don't care about the monster world, I won't stand by if you endanger the whole monster world. Xiang Lu suddenly frowned and said seriously, Princess, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Don't waste your breath. Su Zijuan's bloody monster power surged. Longshaw will miss you guys who are about to go extinct, but I won't. Black clouds cover heaven and earth. Golden armor flying dragon. Xiang Lu suddenly shouted. 2nd of February, dragon raises its head. Su Zijuan's hand slowed down, and the monster power stopped. She said subconsciously, why are you? A golden light suddenly shot out from the forest and hit Su Zijuan's back. It even penetrated her body. After the golden light penetrated Su Zijuan's body, it hovered in the sky and flashed back to the forest. Su Zijuan's eyes turned black and fell from the sky directly. Hearing this, Luo Dance subconsciously let out a low cry and began to undress Su Zijuan. What are you doing? Sister Zijuan, isn't your body penetrated? You need to be treated. Luo Dance said naturally, let me see where the wound is. Is it the chest area? Su Zijuan subconsciously covered her neckline. Didn't this guy know that it was impolite to take off a girl's bra? There's no need for that. Aren't I here in one piece? Su Zijuan shook her head. The wound has already healed, but there is some strange power left. You can't help me. I see. Luo Dance nodded. What happened later? Su Zijuan buttoned her collar and said indifferently, I think Xiang Lu must have other companions. When I was distracted, they used some strange weapons to attack me. I didn't see it clearly, but it seems to be very effective against monsters. But it doesn't seem to be the means of the Taoist priest. So powerful. Luo Dance said worriedly, Sister Zijuan, even you can't defeat him. I was just careless. Su Zijuan snorted heavily. This time it was unexpected. If it happens again, I'll be prepared. Don't even think about hurting me. Oh, Luo Dance nodded with trust, and then asked curiously, Sister Zijuan, what happened to you after you were knocked down? Didn't Xiang Lu catch up with you? Su Zijuan sneered. That guy is so vicious. How could he not catch up with me? But my body was invaded by this strange power, and I couldn't move. Su Zijuan glanced at the little butterfly. She noticed that the little butterfly's face had turned paler. She clenched the quilt tightly and gritted her teeth nervously. Su Zijuan sighed and shook her head. Didn't I come back safe and sound? Don't worry. Someone saved me in the end. Who? Su Zijuan frowned. I don't know. I just heard a voice like a woman. Then it suddenly became ice and snow. The sudden cold current blocked Xiang Lu, and I took the opportunity to leave. Oh, who could it be? Luo Dance thought for a while. A woman's voice. Could it be that Sister Long came back? If that old woman came back, she would have a fight with Xiang Lu. Why would she make such a diversion? That's right. Luo Dance nodded. By the way, Sister Zijuan, what did that Xiang Lu say? Did he distract you? Nothing. Just some disgusting words. Don't worry about it. Su Zijuan said indifferently. Oh. Luo Dance nodded obediently and then worried. Sister Zijuan, you're injured. What if that Xiang Lu and his companions come to find you? What should we do? Even if I gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare leave that hill. Su Zijuan shook her head. I was only injured because of the sneak attack. But he doesn't know my details now, so he won't provoke me easily. Besides, if his purpose is really the underground ley line, he won't leave it this time. Su Zijuan sighed. Longshaw found this ley line and asked me to help her. We worked together to fix this ley line and set 3 seals around the city. The underground of the hill is one of the seals. He wants to unlock this seal, so he can't stop halfway or all his efforts will be wasted. He is absolutely reluctant, But what? Su Zijuan frowned. I don't know the details of Xiang Lu. Except for the guy who attacked me, it's hard to say whether he has other companions. It's hard to guarantee that he won't send some of his companions or subordinates to investigate me. It's too dangerous to stay in the hospital without the old woman. They will come to find me sooner or later. I see. Luo Dance suddenly smiled. So, Sister Zijuan, you drove Aunt Mouse Monster away just now because you are afraid that Uncle Mouse Monster's matter is related to Xiang Lu's matter. So you are afraid that Aunt Mouse Monster will be in greater danger. You think too much. I just don't like crying in front of me. What does it have to do with me whether other monsters are dangerous or not? Su Zijuan snorted. Well, Sister Zijuan, if you say it has nothing to do with you, then it has nothing to do with you. Seeing Su Zijuan stare at her, Luo Dance stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the topic. But since we can't stay here, where should we go? How about we go to the Elysium world, Sister Zijuan? I think that Mr. Ghost Child seems to be familiar with you. I won't go there even if you kill me. Su Zijuan snorted. Let me go there. I'd rather fight with Xiang Lu again. But you're injured now, aren't you? Luo Dance touched Su Zijuan's head and said, Sister Zijuan, don't be stubborn. Grandpa Tree Monster used to tell me that face is not important, but life is the most important. Go by yourself if you want. I can stay anywhere else. Su Zijuan snorted. And don't touch my head. Luo Dance tilted her head embarrassedly and thought of an idea. We can go to the boss. Let him protect you temporarily. Boss? What boss? Su Zijuan frowned. Although Xiang Lu is not a big monster, he is not less dangerous than a big monster. Not everyone can deal with him. But the boss is really powerful. Luo Dance stretched out her fingers and pinched her thumb and forefinger slightly, but it seems that he has to pay some price. Price? Su Zijuan frowned. Butterfly Monster nodded. Because if you want the boss's help, you have to give him something. This is the rule there. Everything is a transaction. Then let's go. Su Zijuan felt familiar, but she didn't think too much about it. Since it's a transaction, let's go. Su Zijuan, never owe anyone anything. And as I said, don't touch my head. But Su Zijuan didn't expect that Luo Dance would take her to this place, the place in front of her. It was just like a shop on a busy street. The only difference was that it looked a little old. But for Su Zijuan, it gave her a completely different feeling. Chapter 421. In the evening, Luocio cooked dinner as usual and sat in the living room watching TV. Sabeditor opened the door like a defeated dog as usual and came back from work. I'm back, dragging her voice. Rin Xiling walked all the way in as if her waist was broken. When she came to the back of the sofa, she lay on the back of the sofa and let her upper body slide down to rest on the sofa. She turned her head and looked at Luocio with a haggard face, like a mummy. This almost made Luocio feel that this woman was very suitable to practice gymnastics. Isn't this kind of body movement a bit inhuman? I'm back. Rin Xiling muttered again. Oh. Luocio nodded casually. That's it. Rin Xiling propped herself up and crossed the back of the sofa. She sat on the sofa and stared at it with her eyes wide open. That's it. That's it. Luocio. Boss, Luo stated. Rin Xiling was sad and almost shed tears. I can't feel the warmth of a family. I'm going to run away from home. Luocio picked up the phone. Rin Xiling curiously asked, What are you doing? Aren't you going to run away from home? Luocio said matter-of-factly, Anyway, I always go to Uncle Ma's house to eat and drink for free. I'll make a call first and ask Aunt to prepare a room for you, so that you won't be in a hurry later. Rin Xiling suddenly held her heart in despair, pursed her mouth, and fell on the sofa as if she had nothing to live for. You have caused 10,000 points of critical damage to me. I am going to die. Next year, on Tomb Sweeping Day, you can burn more incense. Luocio drank a mouthful of water. Remember to wash the dishes after eating before you die. Ren Xiling opened her eyes and asked weakly, "What did you do?" "Small wontons." "Ah, this is good." Ren Xiling giggled as if she had regained her energy. She got up from the sofa and rushed to the dining table like an auntie who was in a rush to buy a special sale at the supermarket. "I'm starving." He hadn't eaten anything the entire day. This damned pear. She asked for leave today, and she even asked for leave for several days. "I'm in a mess now." Luocio suddenly stood up. "I'm going out to buy something." Ren Xiling was stunned, but Luocio didn't say anything. He simply changed his shoes and opened the door. "Why are you going out so late? What should I buy? Do I still have to wait for you?" Ren Xiling held the bowl and walked to the door. Hearing the sound of the door closing, she couldn't help but mutter, "So mysterious. This tastes good." Shoo, shoo, it was the sound of soup. It was not the first time for Luo Dance to see the boss in plain clothes. When his figure appeared in the club's lobby, the little butterfly monster suddenly had an illusion that he was like an ordinary person. It was quiet, but without the mysterious and weird feeling of the boss. But Luo Dance soon thought that it must be her illusion, because when she met the boss's eyes, she could clearly feel that unreal feeling from the boss's body. This was an individual from another world. So far, so far. Seeing the boss appear, the servant girl who was serving tea quickly put down the tray in her hand and nodded slightly to Luocio. "Master, Miss Dance brought a guest. This is Miss Su Zijuan." Luocio looked at Su Zijuan, who was sitting aside. She looked like a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a red and black dress. As for her skin, it was abnormal. It was the kind of white that couldn't feel the sun for a long time. At this time, seeing Luocio coming, Luo Dance quickly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry to disturb you again, boss." Luocio smiled casually, reaching out to touch his chin, and smiled. "Does your mouth still hurt?" "Ah." Luo Dance's face suddenly turned red, reaching out to cover her mouth, murmuring, It doesn't hurt." Seeing this, Su Zijuan suddenly frowned at this time and said indifferently, "Little guy, sit down. We are customers, so we don't need to apologize to others. Since this is a place for business, naturally they should serve us." Luo Dance moved her lips. She didn't know how to continue Sister Zijuan's words. "Take a seat." Luo Chio smiled. This lady is right. We should be the ones to entertain them. Luocio sat down. "Is there anything wrong with our service?" "Miss Su Zijuan." Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes, looking down suddenly, and said indifferently, "Are these teas also served to customers?" "What are they?" The maid who was in charge of making the tea was calm, as if she didn't hear it, quietly standing beside Boss Luo. Since her master was not angry, she naturally was not angry. "Well," Luocio nodded and asked indifferently, "What kind of tea can make you like it?" "Blood." Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes, and a dark red color flashed through her eyes. She sneered, "Especially the blood of a full-term baby girl born on the 14th day of the lunar calendar." "You have the best blood here." She opened her eyes a little, looking straight at Luocio's eyes, and said proudly, "Do you have it?" At this time, Luo Dance stretched out her hand and quietly pulled Su Zijuan's clothes under the table. But this half-hamba girl seemed to feel nothing and still sneered. "What? You don't have it?" "Miss Zijuan, the 14th day of the lunar calendar has passed for some time." Luocio didn't nod or shake his head. "Now it's not the season." Su Zijuan said indifferently, "Oh, is it? It said that everything is available here, but it's just a trick." Luocio said indifferently, "The blood that Miss Zijuan mentioned is no longer in the consumables served to customers. But if Miss Zijuan insists on drinking it, you can buy it. I also recommend you to buy it." "How much is it?" Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes. "I don't know the price. You name a price that I can pay now." Luocio glanced at Luo Dance, who was a little embarrassed and shook his head slightly. Then he looked at Su Zijuan in front of him. Su Zijuan furrowed her brows. She felt as if something was touching her body, making her feel uncomfortable. At this time, Luocho said slowly, "Miss Zijuan, please cut off a strand of hair as the transaction fee for this special drink." Hair? A strand of hair? Luo Dance opened her eyes wide. It seemed that this was the first time she knew that hair could be used to trade. The little butterfly's bright eyes suddenly looked at Boss Luo. Boss Luo chuckled. "Your hair can't buy back your white jade plate." "Okay." Luo Dance lowered her head in disappointment. Wait a moment. This little trick of his was seen through in an instant. Hair? It seemed that she didn't expect such an answer. Su Zijuan frowned deeper. Why hair? 3,000 strands of worry. A strand of worry. Hair naturally has its own value. Luocho said indifferently. Miss Zijuan's hair is a treasure of someone's life. But it's too precious, so just a strand is enough. You! Su Zijuan suddenly stood up. Barefoot, she floated up slightly. Her straight and scattered hair was slightly fluttering. The dark red demon aura flowed on her body, like mercury. However, her eyes turned even redder. How dare you? Facing the raging Su Zijuan, Luocho waved his hand to make the servant girl quiet down. Then he said slowly, Miss Zijuan, can you not scare her? Luocho looked at Luo Dance. Su Zijuan also looked at Luo Dance subconsciously. Luo Dance's pale face became even paler. Her lips trembled slightly. It seemed that she wanted to say something. She looked painful, but she still gritted her teeth and held on. She was overwhelmed by the great demon aura of Su Zijuan. Su Zijuan took a deep breath. Her hair was scattered and vertical again. She landed on the ground barefoot. In the blink of an eye, she returned to her delicate appearance like a porcelain doll. She said indifferently, I won't drink this blood. It's too troublesome. Miss Zijuan, what else do you want? Luocho asked. Su Zijuan looked at Luocho and said, I heard that money is not used to trade here. Anything else is accepted, right? Indeed. Su Zijuan nodded and suddenly said, Dance, I have something to talk with the boss alone. You find a place to stay first. Well, Luo Dance was stunned, but seeing Su Zijuan's determined expression, she nodded. Yu Yi smiled and said, Miss Dance, can you accompany me to the kitchen? I'll get you something to eat. Finally, only the new boss of the club and this mysterious girl were left. Chapter 4:22. The kitchen of the club was much larger than she felt. To be exact, the interior space of the club was much larger than that of the shop on the other side of the street. Luo Dance sat on the high stool in front of the combination cabinet table in the center of the kitchen. She put her hands on the table and blinked her eyes at the club maid who was fiddling with the things inside like a magic trick. Miss Servant Girl, who was beating eggs with an egg beater, didn't care about it at all. At this time, Yu Yi suddenly smiled. Miss Dance, are you worried about your friend? Ah. Luo Dance opened her eyes and looked at this big sister's smile. She felt a little gentle. So she nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Zijuan is actually not a bad person. She just doesn't mean what she says. Yu Yi put down the egg beater and suddenly asked, Miss Dance, we will never hurt the customers. Really? Luo Dance asked subconsciously. Yu Yi nodded gently. Of course, as long as the customers are not really malicious. The little butterfly seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. She nodded and smiled. Sister Zijuan is really not a bad person at all. Do you like her very much? Yu Yi asked softly. Luo Dance nodded and then counted with her fingers. Yes. Not only Sister Zijuan, but also Sister Long, the uncle and aunt of the bun shop, the uncle and aunt of the pet hospital, and Anne. The little butterfly suddenly glanced at Miss Servant Girl on the opposite side of the cabinet table, then lowered her head and said, And Sister Yi and the boss, I like them all. Yu Yi chuckled. It seems that you like all the people you meet. Not really. Luo Dance shook her head. Yu Yi suddenly waved her hand and called the little butterfly to come to her. After getting close to this incredible sister Yui, Luo Dance saw clearly that the skin of this Miss Servant Girl was like a flawless jade. She couldn't help looking at it more. At this time, Luo Dance suddenly felt something sweet in her mouth. It was very, very sweet. The club servant girl had already put her finger into the mouth of the dazed butterfly monster. Yu Yi asked softly, "Is this sweetness okay?" It turned out that the servant girl had used her finger to gently draw a line on the egg. Her finger hooked up some white sticky substance and sent it into the butterfly monster's mouth. Yes, Luo Dance nodded with a red face. Yu Yi smiled. That's good. After a long time, it felt like a long time had passed. However, the pendulum clock in the corner had only turned 30 degrees. 5 minutes. Su Zijuan had a feeling that she would lose in terms of patience, even though only 5 minutes had passed. Thus she said, "This place is indeed not a good place. Even the air seems to have a magical power, infinitely magnifying the desires in people's hearts." "Miss Zijuan, aren't you fine now?" Luocho smiled. Su Zijuan shook her head, seeming to not want to continue this topic. After Luo Dance's temporary absence, she seemed to have no constraints. There have been legends about you all over the world, but no one knows when you started to appear. Your origins, your purpose, and your attitude are all mysteries. What do you want to say, Miss Zijuan? Luocho asked. Since everything is a mystery, Su Zijuan said seriously, then why do you make me believe that you can satisfy me? The wealth in the world is nothing to me. As long as I don't want to die, I can live until the end of time. With my ability, there is almost nothing that I can't get. How can you guarantee that you can give me something that I can't get? Luocho thought for a while and said slowly, I'm sorry, Miss Zijuan, we don't have a trial rule here. All transactions are instant. You buy, we sell, that's all. But no matter what you want, as long as you can afford it, we can give it to you. So, no need to test or argue with each other. We always stand on the side of the customer. Tut! Su Zijuan suddenly smacked her lips and sneered. You are really a stubborn guy? Well, let's get to the point. Su Zijuan took a deep breath. I want all my injuries to be healed, no matter new or old. In addition, I also need the information about Xianglu. The more detailed, the better. Since you are so mysterious, don't tell me that you have no way to know who Xianglu is and need me to provide it. Customer, what are you going to use to pay? Pay. Su Zijuan smiled. She suddenly stood up from the chair and walked barefoot on the wooden floor, stopping in front of Luocho. This strange Hanba girl slowly lifted her skirt and smiled. First, she stepped out her left leg and put it on Luocho's thigh. His skin, which was so pale that it was almost devoid of blood, was already exposed to the air. She slowly sat on Luocho's thigh. Miss Hanba held the club boss face with her hands and slowly approached, exhaling gently. When her lips were close to Boss Luo's ear, she whispered, Can you use me to pay? Her lips slowly moved down Luocho's ear, as if she wanted to kiss Luocho's neck. Her soft body was cold, but not cold. The Hanba girl in his arms brought a fresh feeling to Boss Luo. When Su Zijuan slightly opened her mouth, she heard such words. Well, Miss Zijuan is the last descendant of the Eastern Xianyuan royal family in this life, but her true spirit is more powerful. Your virgin blood is indeed a precious treasure, but compared to what you want, I'm afraid it's not enough. After all, Miss Zijuan's injuries contain other things, right? But considering that healing injuries and information can be separated, Miss Zijuan, do you want to consider only one of them? Of course. I suggest you to heal your injuries. Su Zijuan's body suddenly seemed to be stiff. Boss Luo said indifferently, In addition, you'd better not try to drink my blood. It will hurt your customer. Aya, you actually said that my virginity is not valuable enough. I'm so sad. Give me a little compensation. Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes and said with a cold tone. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit down. Her sharp, canine-like fangs pierced into Luacio's neck, and Luacio slowly closed his eyes. Time paused for a moment, and the world seemed to turn into black and white. Su Zijuan's body was covered by something and pulled away fiercely. She couldn't dodge, she couldn't even struggle. Her body was already suspended in midair. Her hands, legs, and even her neck were wrapped by a black chain. There was no end to these chains, because each of them seemed to be born from nothing, coming from the air. Her face was full of horror. At this moment, she crazily let the blood-red demon aura in her body surge, trying to break free from the shackles of these chains. However, Su Zijuan did not expect that no matter how ferocious the demonic qi was, it was absorbed by the black chain like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any ripples. Luacio opened his eyes and looked sideways at his neck. Then, he bent down and picked up a sharp tooth from the ground. Su Zijuan also lost a sharp tooth. She didn't get a single drop of blood from the club's boss. Instead, she lost a tooth. Luacio took out a handkerchief and wiped the tooth clean, then slowly put it on the table. He looked at Su Zijuan, waved his hand to let the chains go away, and then said softly, "Miss Zijuan, your test, is it enough?" She stood barefoot on the ground and felt the coldness of the wooden floor. She slowly reached out her hand to wipe the blood that flowed out from her mouth because of a tooth that had fallen off. She slowly said, "I have a tomb. There are 30,000 deep-sea demons buried in it. Is that enough?" "What about the location?" Luacio closed his eyes. Soon after, he opened them again and said indifferently, 20,000 is enough to heal Miss Zijuan's wound. 1,500 is enough to buy the information Miss Zijuan wants." Deal. Although it was a deal, Su Zijuan still looked unkind because of the pain in her teeth. It was so painful. Yen 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 PS1. Is there anyone who misses the familiar dividing line? PS2. Happy New Year to everyone. In the new year, I hope you can find a bite partner. PS3. Don't ask me what I mean. For someone like me who is prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, fair, rule of law, patriotic, professional, honest, friendly, how would a conscientious player like me who is still writing in the last 10 minutes of 2016 know anything? Chapter 4:23. The room was about 12 square meters. It wasn't shabby, but it wasn't comfortable either. If one had to describe it, it should be said that it was livable. There was a huge shelf in the middle of the room, which was used as a partition. The shelf was filled with all kinds of records and CDs. This was almost all of Chung Iran's property. He even regarded it as wealth. His many years of collection were all stored here. The sun had already set, and the lights in the city were lit up. A feeling of hunger woke Chung Iran up from his sleep. After returning from the nightclub last night, he bought a dozen beers from the convenience store downstairs. One person drank, while the other person kept plucking the strings of the magical electric guitar. He didn't know when he fell asleep. When Chung Iran opened his eyes, his head was heavy, his stomach was uncomfortable, and his mouth was dry. He didn't get up immediately, but subconsciously rubbed his forehead and then looked at the lights outside through the curtain. Countless times, he looked at the neon lights outside like this. Chung Iran realized that he hadn't seen the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning for a long time. He didn't know when he started to perform in various nightclubs, but his days and nights became the same as other people's days and nights. Chung Iran put his hand down and easily reached the guitar piled on his body. He often fell asleep with the guitar on his body. His fingers casually plucked a few times, and Chung Iran suddenly sat up. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the guitar in his hand, and even rubbed his eyes hard. "I am not dreaming." The moment his fingers touched the strings, the feeling of conquering everyone almost spread to his whole body. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Endless wild began to emerge in his heart like a burning fire. Chung Iran laughed alone. Chung Iran, subconsciously, picked up the phone. The first name in the phone book was Hong Guan's name. He hesitated. He thought of the boss who sold fish eggs and the bag in front of the snack stall, the Bess. 13 missed calls and 7 messages. In the end, Chung Iran didn't call this number, but she saw that many people seemed to be looking for her. Among them, 2 were Hong Guan, 6 were Manager Dai, and the rest were all unknown numbers. Hong Guan left a message asking where he was and what was going on. Manager Dai also left a message asking him what he thought. Chung Iran read all the way down, and a smile appeared on her face subconsciously. The last message was, "Hello, Mr. Chung Iran. I am from the Supervision Department of Feiyun Entertainment Company, Limited. I was also at the nightclub last night and saw your performance. Our company is very interested in you. If it is convenient, please call back." Feiyun Entertainment? Chung Iran was stunned. He didn't seem to have any impression of this Feiyun Entertainment. However, he had never been in contact with a similar record company or entertainment company. He couldn't help but be curious, so he quickly called. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "I am Chung Iran." Chung Iran took a deep breath, but tried to make her voice sound calm. "I saw your message. How do you know my phone number?" "Oh, Mr. Chung Iran," you finally replied to me. The person on the other side of the phone said happily, "Mr. Chung, I have been waiting for your call for a day. I asked the people in the nightclub for your phone number. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Li Zifeng." "Oh, Mr. Li, hello," Chung Iran said casually. "Is there anything you want to talk to me about?" "Well, I don't know if Mr. Chung is interested in further development in the entertainment industry." Li Zifeng smiled and said, "Our company is currently preparing several projects, specifically to unearth some promising newcomers." Feiyun Entertainment. I don't think I've heard of it. Chung Iran said suddenly. Li Zifeng said, "Of course, because the company has just been re-established. Mr. Chung must have not heard of it. But you must have heard of the predecessor of our company, Heaven's Shadow Entertainment Company. Mr. Chung, have you heard of it?" Heaven's Shadow Entertainment Company? Chung Iran gave a start, saying surprisingly, "Is it the company that once made the previous queen, Tu Jia, famous?" "Exactly." Li Zifeng said, "Our company fell into a slump because of some things, the former boss even. But don't worry, Mr. Chung, that's all in the past. Now the reorganized Feiyun Entertainment Company has a huge financial backer that you can't imagine. Our company's strength can't be estimated in the whole world. But in the whole country, it's absolutely first class. This is a very good opportunity. I think Mr. Chung won't give it up, right?" Feiyun Entertainment Company. Chung Iran's heart beat wildly, but he still tried to calm himself down. But at some point his palms began to sweat. "I think we can meet." Chung Iran took a deep breath and said. His luck had changed. In the club, it seemed to last forever. In front of Su Zijuan, an ancient sheepskin scroll unfolded slowly. She needed to press her palm on it to establish the deal with the club. Her eyesight was naturally not comparable to ordinary monsters, but even so, she still couldn't figure out how the sheepskin scroll appeared. Here, there was a kind of mysterious power flowing all the time, bypassing all her senses, even isolating all her senses to the outside world. Through the observation of this sheepskin scroll, Su Zijuan got a shocking conclusion. This small shop had its own system, as if it was completely independent of the present world. But at the same time, it was inextricably linked with the present world, which was hard to touch. "Customer, the contract will take effect after you press your palm on it." Luocho looked at Su Zijuan calmly and said. After thinking for a few seconds, Su Zijuan nodded. Her fingers slowly approached the sheepskin scroll. As she got closer, she could feel a binding force beginning to form around her. Not only her body, this force seemed to be able to bind her spirit and even her soul. and something deeper in her soul. At the moment when her fingers were about to touch the sheepskin scroll, Su Zijuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Luocio in front of her. What are you? Luocio seemed to be thinking about this question carefully. I am also looking for the answer. Su Zijuan finally pressed the bill on the sheepskin scroll. She didn't feel any discomfort on her body, but she felt as if there was a mark deep in her body. A mark was made. That's it? Not long after, Su Zijuan frowned. She subconsciously looked at her hands and squinted at Luocio. Why are my injuries still there? Miss Zijuan, your injuries are too serious. Luocio calmly said, the soul tomb you mentioned before, even if all the souls were added together, it wouldn't be able to heal your injuries immediately. Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes and said coldly, in other words, you are deceiving me, right? No. Luocio shook his head and said, it will only slow down your recovery. As he spoke, Luocio took a tall glass from the club's bar and put it in front of Su Zijuan. From the bottom of the glass, some strange liquid began to emerge. It was dark red, but there were a lot of golden light spots in it, like tiny grains of golden sand. The thick, dark red liquid mixed with the golden sand began to appear from the bottom of the glass. Then it slowly began to rise, until the liquid occupied about a quarter of the glass. Then it stopped. Su Zijuan's nose twitched, and she said in surprise, this is blood. But she couldn't smell the blood. Only her body's instinct told her that it was indeed blood. And it was blood that gave her an irrepressible impulse. Of course. Luocio smiled and pushed the glass to Su Zijuan. Drink it. Miss Zijuan's injuries should be able to fully recover in 2 days, internal and external injuries. Su Zijuan didn't immediately take action, but said in a low voice, whose blood is this? Chapter 4:24. Someone was standing sneakily in front of the pet hospital, behind a lamppost on the street. He was wearing black sunglasses, a huge yellow waterproof windbreaker, and a fisherman's hat. Yes, he was also holding a newspaper to cover his face. Brother Shaosheng felt that his disguise was absolutely first class. Mom, there is a weirdo there. Shu, don't talk nonsense. Let's go, Brother Shaosheng. Brother Shaosheng raised a finger to greet the mother and son who were pulling their son away. How? What do you know? Brother Shaosheng gritted his teeth. He would not be so easily defeated by the words of these human beings, okay? He was son Shaosheng, the great monster beast, okay? Brother Shaosheng raised his eyes and continued to look at the pet center in front of him. He frowned. There is no reason. Since Zijuan is back, shouldn't she stay here? Brother Shaosheng could not feel Su Zijuan's monster aura from this pet center. Not to mention Su Zijuan. Even Long Shirua's monster aura was not there. Although there are countless ways to hide the monster aura at the level of a great monster, Brother Shaosheng thought that it would be strange if he could not even smell a trace of monster aura at this distance. There was a piece of red paper at the door of the pet hospital. The owner is pregnant. Rest for a few days. Brother Shaosheng's eyes began to turn a few times, and he muttered, is Zijuan afraid that I will come here to find her? So she ran away and hid from me. She is so shy, really. Brother Shaosheng looked at the sky with a smile. Mom, there is a weird uncle there, so disgusting. She don't talk nonsense, let's go. Oh, Mom, but seems to have been poked by something. Under the lamppost, the figure wearing a yellow waterproof windbreaker, holding a newspaper, and wearing a pair of sunglasses was no longer there. The child covered his butt and muttered to his mother. For a big demon like Brother Shaosheng, who had no shame in taking off his pants in the Elysium bar, he naturally wouldn't retreat because of a few words from a child. He just felt that there was a trace of gloomy and cold demon aura nearby, so he curiously went to take a look, that's all. In a small alley not far from the pet center, there were 2 different demonic auras coming from the narrow gap between 2 buildings. The owner of the weak demonic aura was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, his face full of fear. Some of the characteristics of a monster had already begun to appear on his body. It had a dog's nose and ears, so it should be a canine-type demon. My lord, you are from that mountain. I don't think I have offended you. The dog demon trembled and didn't dare to look at the guy in front of him. His entire body emitted a demonic aura that terrified him. This was a type of demonic aura that carried the aura of death. I won't kill you, but tell me, where did the people in the hospital go? The figure asked indifferently. I don't know. The dog demon said in fear, My waist is not feeling well today, so I came to look for Lord Long to take a look. I didn't know it was closed these few days. You don't want to tell the truth. That voice suddenly sneered. The dog demon suddenly lay on the ground. His hands buried Zijuan's head and said in fear, My lord, my lord! I'm just a little monster. I can't talk to Lord Long. Where did she go? I really don't know. I'm not asking about Long Shua, but the other one. The other one? The dog demon was stunned and said, subconsciously, Is it the new little butterfly demon in the hospital? We're not familiar with each other. We just met a few times. Not this one. Is it the other one? I'm talking about her. The dog demon swallowed his saliva and said, My lord, I'm even less familiar with the one you're talking about. I only know that she's called Zijuan. She doesn't usually show up. I don't know anything else. Humph, you're really a wretch. That voice was colder. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. With that, the owner of the voice, who was wearing a black windbreaker and a hat, suddenly stretched out 5 fingers, and a faint purple light began to twine between his fingers. My lord! The dog demon was terrified. Don't mess around. Lord Long has a rule that demons are not allowed to kill each other under her eyes. Long Shirwa? The man snorted coldly, his fingers opened, and was about to cover the dog demon's head. But he didn't succeed in the end, because before that his arm was grabbed by someone. It was firmly grasped. Buddy, it's not fun to bully these little guys, right? The newcomer lowered his head and stretched out his hand to cover the brown fisherman's hat on his head. The yellow coat on his body was still swaying. Apparently he came in a hurry, and the wind was still flowing here. It's Brother Shaosheng. Meddlesome. The figure in black snorted coldly, and the purple light in his hand suddenly burst out. Only a hissing sound was heard. Brother Shaosheng frowned and snorted softly. When he released his palm, an invisible distance broke out between him and the figure in black at the same time, and at the same time both of them were pushed away. Brother Shaosheng's sunglasses and hat were blown off, and the other person's hat was also blown off, revealing their true faces. Brother Shaosheng, who took a step back, was stunned and subconsciously said, Bald, purple eyebrows. The figure in black, who took a step back, narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I heard that there is a strange guy here in the past 50 years. I think it's you. Sun Shaosheng. Have you heard of my name? Brother Shaosheng blinked a few times. Since you know it's me, why don't you back down? I've heard of you, but you're just an ordinary stone monkey who got some opportunities. How dare you call yourself a saint? Buddy, I didn't see how capable you are, but you're good at talking. I like it. Brother Shaosheng laughed strangely. Come on, if you want to fight, I have 100 ways to make you kneel on the keyboard. Don't you know that I have a name called Keyboard Warrior on the major forums? Ridiculous. The dignity of the demon race is thrown away by a guy like you. He snorted coldly. As a great demon, you don't know how to restore the glory of the demon race. You only know how to mix in the human world and open a broken bar. You're like a waste all day long. Retard. Brother Shaosheng laughed strangely again, picked up the hat on the ground and put it on again. I don't know where you came from, but from what you said just now, it seems that you are looking for trouble with the woman I like. Brother Shaosheng patted his collar and smiled. I'm very easygoing. Those who know me know that. But there are some small problems occasionally, that is. His face turned serious, monkey face, Azura face. If I don't like it, I will definitely beat it. Brother Shaosheng didn't do anything, but after his figure flashed, The demon dog, lying on the ground holding his head, heard a deep sound, and even a vibration from the ground. He opened his eyes and saw Brother Xiaoxing's arm hanging straight down, and the man in black had been punched in the chest by Brother Xiaoxing, leaving dozens of cracks on the concrete floor. He was not the Monkey King in the ancient legends, but Sun Xiaoxing, but he was also a king. Su Zijuan suddenly shuddered and stopped with a strange look. Just coming out of the club, it was like returning from one world to another. Su Zijuan frowned at this time, looking at a certain direction of the city thoughtfully. Luo Dance, who accompanied her out, felt strange. Sister Zijuan, did you forget something in the boss's place? Su Zijuan was stunned. Why do you think I forgot something? Luo Dance blinked her eyes. Because I forgot something. Look. Luo Dance raised the backpack in her hand. The little butterfly monster remembered to say thank you when she left in a hurry last time, but forgot to carry a small backpack. I didn't forget anything. Su Zijuan said indifferently. I just had a sudden feeling of nausea. Forget it. It will only make me feel more nauseous. Let's go, before dawn. We have to get to the second seal. Chapter 4:25. In the night sky, there seemed to be a vague whirlpool. It was not a wandering cloud, but something else, something more abstract. Yi looked up at the night sky. She returned to the club after wiping the last part of the club's display window. Just like usual, Miss Maid found that her master was looking at a map at this time. The map floated in the air and opened in front of Luocio. It was the map of the city. Finished wiping things. Feeling that Miss Maid came in, Luocio did not look back, still looking at the map. Come and have a look. I have never looked at the map of the city seriously. Miss Maid walked to Luocio's side and began to look carefully, at the same time asking softly, Master, are you thinking about the underground ley line? Luocio nodded and said, Miss Su Zijuan, who just left, came for this. Look. He took Yu Ye's hand and came to the other side of the map. At the same time, he stretched out his hand in front of the map. The buildings marked on the map gradually disappeared on the map, and finally, only the most primitive landform of the city remained, and something more difficult to measure deep underground. The map in front of them even began to change into a three-dimensional pattern, not only the surface of the city, but also the distribution of the underground structure of the city. Yi looked at this three-dimensional distribution map, and at this time it began to show 3 different light spots. Master, these 3 are the locations of the underground ley line seal? Luocio nodded again, then stretched out his hand and roughly drew a line on the three-dimensional map with his finger. The curved line was like a tadpole and finally lit up. Luocio said, This is the shape of the underground ley line. What do you think? Miss Maid frowned slightly. It's like Rupert's tear. At the beginning. Only the shape reminded me of it. Luocio paused. Now, after peeling it, I'm afraid it has the same characteristics as Rupert's tear. Yi thought for a while, stretched out her hand, and pointed at the 3 different light spots, the seals of the ley line one by one. This is the seal that Xiang Lu intends to erode. This is the seal that Miss Su Zijuan intends to go to. And this. Finally, Yu Ye's finger came to the position of the 3rd seal, which seemed to be the end of the ley line. Unexpectedly, there is also a seal here. Miss Maid shook her head. This is not a layer of insurance, but a time bomb. Luocio sighed. If the 3rd seal is not opened in the normal way, it will cause great pressure. According to the characteristics of Rupert's tear, the ley line will completely explode in an instant. And this city will suffer an unprecedented earthquake. Yi narrowed her eyes slightly. Well, Luocio thought for a while. Long Shura didn't do it on purpose. From her behavior and Taiyinzi's description, she has no reason to do so. Then, there is probably only one reason that can be guessed. Miss Maid, who is always smart, suddenly showed a helpless look, whispering, This Miss Long probably doesn't like physics. Luocio was silent. He remembered that Long Shura seemed to be a pet doctor. Every once in a while, she needed to float up a little and try to get as close to the ground as possible to let her body rest. Long Shirua felt that even with her special physique, it was a hard job to pay attention to the flow of the ley line all the time. At this moment, she was just resting, and below her was a piece of red lava. Suddenly, Long Shirua's nose felt a little itchy. Maybe it was because of the pungent smell of sulfur here. She didn't manage to sneeze. She rubbed her nose and said, "I've been out for a while now. Could it be that something happened?" But Long Shirua quickly shook her head. Compared to this small abnormality, she was more concerned about the cause of the ley line's movement. Besides, although she left, Su Zijuan was still in the pet center, a monster she could trust. It should be fine. Long Shirua took a deep breath and dived into the lava below again. "It's so hot. Take off your clothes." The dog demon didn't know the origin of the black-clothed guy that made him so scared, but he was very clear about the guy in front of him, who directly smashed the black-clothed guy to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground, and had a ferocious monkey face. He hadn't been in human form for a long time, but he had heard of the owner of the Elysium Bar from the older generation more than once. The older generation said that Sun Xiaoxing's fame was not because of the Elysium Bar, but because of his fist. Long before the opening of the Elysium Bar, he had used his fists to strike a huge thunderbolt in the world of monsters. Legend had it that Brother Xiaosheng even challenged the supreme Lord Long in the monster world, but no one knew the result. But he was still here at this time. So, even if he was defeated, he still had a valiant record of fighting Lord Long alone and not dying. He was still alive now. Also, the Elysium Bar was so expensive. Is that all you can do? Brother Xiaoxing's fist still did not leave the opponent's chest, but he kept pressing the opponent to the ground. But he soon felt that something was wrong. Although he punched the opponent had no power to fight back, which made Brother Xiaoxing feel a little strange. Brother Xiaoxing frowned, stood up, and found that the guy fell to the ground. There was a huge, concave shape on his chest, but he was motionless. "Dead," Sun Xiaoxing murmured. Then he lifted the black-shirt guy with his foot. Suddenly, a sense of danger made Sun Xiaoxing's hair stand on end. He didn't even think about it. His figure flashed, and he lifted the dog monster lying on the ground. He jumped high, grabbed a sewer pipe between the buildings with one hand, and stopped in the wall. The guy lying on the ground suddenly exploded, and a purple mist began to spread. Whether it was the cement floor or the walls, they were instantly corroded and melted after being contaminated by the purple mist. Not good. This thing is still spreading. Sun Xiaoxing frowned and threw away the dog beastkin in his hand. Then he took a deep breath and crossed his arms in front of him. There seemed to be countless invisible palms in the air, quickly pushing all the scattered purple mist back to the original place. Sun Xiaoxing's hands began to turn clockwise, and the purple mist was gathered to his side little by little. It gradually condensed and finally compressed into a purple bead the size of a fist. Sun Xiaoxing looked at it for a while. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed it directly into his stomach. The dog monster's face suddenly turned pale. Oh no! Suddenly, Sun Xiaoxing grabbed his neck with both hands in extreme pain. His body even began to stagger. He made a retching appearance, and his face was covered with black gas. "Master! Master! Master! Are you okay?" The dog monster ran to Sun Xiaoxing in horror, but he saw Sun Xiaoxing directly fell to the ground at this time. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab something. The pain on his face was even more intense. "Master! Master! Why are you so impulsive? Although you are powerful, you can't swallow such a poisonous thing casually. What should I do?" The dog monster was at a loss. He thought to himself, "Will this master not die if he doesn't seek death?" Sun Xiaoxing squeezed out some words from his throat. The dog monster said with a bitter face, "Master, you saved my life. Tell me, what is your wish?" Even if I have to risk my life, I will help you to complete it. Please tell me." He bent down and put his ear close to Sun Xiaoxing's mouth, listening carefully. I. Sun Xiaoxing's voice became weaker and weaker. Even with the dog monster's hearing, he still couldn't hear it clearly. He couldn't help but get closer again and cried, "Master, tell me, what's wrong with you?" I. Sun Xiaoxing suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm fine." "I lied to you. Ha 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 ha." A thunderous voice rang in the demon dog's ears, causing him to feel as if he was about to go deaf and see stars. At this time, Sun Xiaoxing didn't get up. He just lay on the ground and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Master, you." How could the dog monster not know that he was teased at this time? He kept rubbing his ear that seemed to be deaf. Looking at Sun Xiaoxing, who was about to cry from laughing, he sighed silently. Chapter 4:26. This city was crossed by a river. Every day and night, there were ferries to shuttle people from both sides of the river. When Luo Dance was free, she would take a small ferry from one side to the other. She liked the water vapor of the river. However, she had never thought that at the bottom of this river, there was actually an underground spirit vein seal. Su Zijuan took her into the water and pushed open a huge rock on the riverbed. This was the entrance to the second seal. When they came to the destination, they saw a large number of golden words on the stone wall in the depth of the cave. These were like curses. They were almost written all over the deepest part of the cave. The little butterfly had been very obedient. Until they came here, she dared to ask, "Sister Zijuan, shouldn't we go to find Xiang Lu? Why did we come here first?" Su Zijuan looked around and said indifferently, "It will take me 1 or 2 days to recover, so it's not a good time to take the initiative to attack. Xiang Lu has a helper behind him. I guess Xiang Lu will speed up the destruction of the first seal and then find this place directly. But it doesn't matter, as long as the 3 seals are not opened, it won't work. So let's wait for them here." "Oh," Luo Dance nodded. "Sister Zijuan wants to sneak attack them." "Who am I, Su Zijuan? Do I need to sneak attack them?" Su Zijuan said fiercely, "This is called saving energy and waiting for rabbits." The little butterfly blinked, then blinked again, and nodded fiercely in fear. Su Zijuan did not say anything more, and simply sat down cross-legged. Luo Dance suddenly shouted at this time, "Wait!" "What's the matter?" "Wait!" Luo Dance said quickly and began to rummage through her backpack. She took out a folded piece of patterned cloth and spread it on the ground. Then she opened her hands and laughed happily. "Thump! It's done. You can sit down now." "Do you take these things with you when you go out?" Su Zijuan rubbed her forehead. The little butterfly said matter-of-factly, "That's right. Ani taught me to bring more things with me when I go out, just in case. There's also an umbrella, a flashlight, and—" One by one, he took out the items in the backpack as if he was showing them off. Finally, Luo Dance took out a small bottle from her backpack. The bottle was filled with red liquid. She held it with both hands and presented it to Su Zijuan. She played with her eyes and said with a smile, "And here's your ration, Sister Zijuan. I've already filtered it with a sieve, so it should taste very good. You brought this too?" Su Zijuan was stunned. Luo Dance nodded. "Yes, I took some with me when I left the pet center. I was afraid that you would be hungry. Do you think this is a picnic?" Su Zijuan suddenly said angrily, "Don't you have any sense of crisis?" Sorry. Luo Dance quickly apologized. "Forget it. Put it down. I'll eat it when I'm hungry." Su Zijuan sighed heavily. Then she suddenly spat out a bead from her mouth and threw it to Luo Dance's hand. She said indifferently, "Swallow it and see how much you can refine in these 2 days." Luo Dance held the bead and looked at it. It seemed that something was swimming inside, which was quite mysterious. She even felt the extremely pure and huge demon power inside. She couldn't help but be surprised. "Sister Zijuan, what's this?" Nothing. Su Zijuan sat down with her legs crossed. Just before we left, I bought a small toy with the shop owner. You're too weak to help at all. Swallow it and increase your demon power. Increase Luo Dance only felt that the demon power in the bead was dozens of times more than her own. How could this be called increase? I can't take it. Luo Dance shook her head and gave the bead back. Sister Zijuan, you have to deal with Xiang Lu and others. Isn't it better for you to increase your demon power? I told you to swallow it, so just swallow it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Zijun snorted coldly and ordered sternly, swallow it. This suddenly scared Butterfly Monster. She put the bead into her mouth with both hands and covered her mouth. She stared at Su Zijuan and didn't dare to say a word. She couldn't control her throat and swallowed the bead into her stomach. Luo Dance suddenly coughed several times. Sister Zijuan, this thing is so big and hot cough cough. You've swallowed it no matter how big it is, haven't you? Su Zijuan said indifferently. Luo Dance suddenly covered her stomach and showed a painful expression. Sister Zijuan, what did you make me eat? I feel so hot, so hot. Luo Dance subconsciously began to undress herself and her mind began to blur. So hot, so hot. That's right. Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes and walked to Luo Dance. This is worth 10,000 souls. It's almost the same value as the cup of Cain's blood I bought. You should gain some weight. But Luo Dance, who was in a confused state, couldn't hear what Su Zijuan was saying. The hot thing in her body began to spread in her lower abdomen, bringing unprecedented stimulation to her body. Luo Dance fell to the ground. She had taken off all her clothes and started to curl up her body. Her fingers unconsciously grasped the ground. Her toes tightened and curled up. She clenched her silver teeth and groaned in pain. Wave after wave of heat almost engulfed her consciousness. Sister Zijuan, it's so hot. Su Zijuan gently lifted Luo Dance's head and said softly, just bear with it. It's okay. She lowered her head and kissed Luo Dance's neck. Like sucking, her sharp teeth slowly pierced into Luo Dance's body. Then she controlled the blood in Butterfly Monster's body and began to sort out the violent demon power in her body. The golden spell seal in the cave flashed. Su Zijuan and Luo Dance hugged each other and gradually calmed down. It was extremely beautiful. Drink it. This is the boss's treat. Ghost Baby placed a large orange-red cup of Elysium drink in front of the dog monster. Dog Monster was stunned and subconsciously looked up at the room on the second floor of the bar, the office. He remembered that it used to be a rather stylish floor-to-ceiling glass, but now it was just nailed up with some planks to block it. Dog Monster vaguely saw Sun Xiaoxing's back through the gap. Sun Xiaoxing was sitting in a big office chair with his legs on the table. His hands were behind his head. He was probably chatting with someone. Thank you. Dog Monster nodded and took the big cup in Ghost Baby's hand. Thank you, Master Ghost Baby. Ghost Baby sneered. He just sneered and didn't mean anything. What's your name? Me. Dog Monster was stunned and subconsciously said, Yiksha, my name is Yiksha. But my friend recently began to call me Erha. Master Ghost Baby can call me Erha. Okay. Ghost Baby nodded and stepped aside. He silently played with the knife in his hand and looked at the entrance of the bar. He was the gatekeeper here. Upstairs. Chi-Chi Kamaya frowned. Bald head, purple eyebrows, purple poisonous gas. Sun Xiaoxing had already said what he encountered once. Huh. Chi-Chi Kamaya. I feel like I have heard it somewhere, but I can't remember it at once. You old turtle, do you know? Boss, is this guy's monster spirit also purple? Chi-Chi Kamaya asked with a slightly dignified face. It should be. Sun Xiaoxing thought for a while. Well, it also has a sense of coldness. Although most of the monster's power is gloomy and cold, this guy's is special, filthy. That's it. Chi-Chi Kamaya nodded and said seriously, Boss, I think the guy you met is probably Xiang Lu, who escaped from Lord Long. Xiang Lu? Chichikamaya nodded. Yes, it's Xiang Lu. He is already the last descendant of Xiang Lu. At the beginning, he killed a large number of monsters to refine an extremely evil thing. He tried to completely open the origin of Xiang Lu and evolve into a real monster. Unfortunately, he met Lord Long. Finally, Lord Long abolished all his monster spirit and expelled him from the land of Kelowna. Xiang Lu broke the rules. Why didn't the old woman kill him? Sun Shaosheng was stunned. He should have been killed. Chichikamaya shook his head and said, But boss, you also know the situation of the monster race. He is the last one of the Xiang Lu family. In addition, during the last great calamity, it was the Shangliu clan who did their best to buy some time. Perhaps it was the great kindness of the demon realm that protected him, so Master Long was merciful to him. It turns out that he is the descendant of a hero. That old woman is not good at all. She is fussy and nostalgic. Sun Shaoxing shook his head. Xiang Lu? It turns out to be him. I remember I have heard of this guy's name when I was reading the Monster Rampage Daily. Yes. Chichikamaya only pretended that he didn't hear the last sentence of Sun Shaoxing. He said with emotion, I didn't expect that he could make a comeback. It seems that he has recovered his strength. I don't know what tricks he is thinking. Boss, I heard that Lord Long went out. I think we should be on guard. Chapter 4:27. Deep in the hills, outside the city, the moon was in the middle of the sky. At this time, there were sounds of insects, wind, and footsteps. Xiang Lu's footsteps, and the sound of something being dragged. Xiang Lu walked into a secret cave and slowly walked to the depth of the cave. There are also a lot of golden spells here. Of course, they were supposed to be golden, but now they were very dim, as if they would fade away at any time. This was the first seal point, but obviously there was not only Xiang Lu here, there was another one, a man in a casual suit but looked quite down and out. He looked to be in his 30s. His roots were a little sparse, and his black hair was tied into a bundle and casually pinned behind his head. The man was leaning against a wall. He was holding a slender object wrapped in a large amount of cloth. It looked like a stick or something else. Hearing the footsteps, the man slightly opened his eyes. He was not afraid of Xiang Lu, even though he saw the things in Xiang Lu's hands. Xiang Lu was holding a monster in each of his hands. He looked very weak, but he wasn't dead yet. The man said indifferently, Didn't I tell you that the seal is about to be eroded, so don't wander around? Xiang Lu threw away the monsters in his hands, sitting up with his legs crossed. He tore off one of the monster's arms. Crack! The bones were twisted and blood burst out. Xiang Lu bit the flesh of the arm, chewing and saying, I'm hungry. The man said indifferently, don't provoke that female monster. I don't want to make any mistakes in this project. Xiang Lu narrowed his eyes. Oh, didn't Su Zijuan's body get penetrated by you? Why? Don't you have confidence in yourself? Last time, someone helped her secretly. Su Zijuan escaped. So what's wrong with me chasing her? The man said calmly, As you said, someone helped the princess secretly, but we still don't know who it is. Xiang Lu said carelessly, Although that guy helped Su Zijuan escape, he was shot by you in the end, didn't he? Although I don't know where he came from. He didn't have to hide if he was strong enough. Since you shot him in the body, he should have died in that corner. The man said indifferently, It can happen at any time. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I will never judge whether the enemy is really dead or not. Besides, including the demon princess you're talking about, we've met at least 2 enemies, or maybe 3. Xiang Lu, you are injured. Xiang Lu just kept biting the monster's arm without saying a word. He had never fought with Sun Shaosheng. Sun Shaosheng appeared after he was expelled. Then he didn't want to fight with Sun Shaosheng in the city. However, it was a fact that he had suffered loss because of this. That monkey of unknown origin seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he had heard. But Xiang Lu had to take revenge. Even if it was just a verbal revenge, after he swallowed the whole arm, he looked at the man coldly and said, Cook, isn't it because your people are late that this matter has been delayed again and again? If you promised to have enough people, why do you have to wait until now and worry about so many things? The man, Cuck, said calmly, I have already said that the order of the club is to temporarily hide and stop all the current actions and projects, so we won't get reinforcements in a short time. Now, if you didn't start the action privately, we could be more careful. Xiang Lu suddenly sneered. Continue to wait? Are you kidding? I don't know why Long Shiro left, and I don't need to know. But this is definitely the best time. You don't know the horror of Long Shiro. Shinryu of Kelowna will record everything. Don't mess with it. Cuck said indifferently, I won't look down on any enemy, but I will also try to see if my spear can penetrate her. I hope you won't be torn by her claws first. Xiang Lu sneered. Cuck closed his eyes. But before he closed his eyes, he finally said, Xiang Lu, the club is very dissatisfied with your private action this time. You have got enough in the club. If you fail this time, the club wants me to tell you that we will get back what we invested in you. Xiang Lu narrowed his eyes at Cuck and suddenly asked, What is the club afraid of? Why do you choose to hide overnight and even stop so many activities? Cuck didn't open his eyes again to talk. Xiang Lu naturally didn't get the answer. He had to continue to eat the rest of the monsters' bodies. The spells on the rock walls in the cave were getting dimmer and dimmer. Soon after, Xiang Lu left some parts of the two monsters' bodies and threw them into a pit in the center of the cave. There seemed to be something wriggling slowly in it. Xiang Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the things in the pit, sneering, The club's technology is very good. Grow up quickly. There are dozens of specks of light in the pit. They looked like eyes after eyes. With the light emitted by the spells in the cave, some dark red and sticky liquid could be vaguely seen in the pit. It covered the entire bottom of the pit, and in the center of the liquid there was a huge meatball. There were many strange parts on the meatball. There were hands, legs, horns, and so on. There were also different faces. There were many. Was she meddling in other people's business? Lizzie looked at the moon that was not so round, hiding in the corner of the dense vegetation under the tree. She didn't even know how far it was from the city. But even if she knew, she didn't have the strength to walk there. Lizzie subconsciously looked at her chest. There was a wound that couldn't be healed and kept taking away her life. Why was it like this? It was because when she was having fun in the Elysium world, she saw a rat monster talking with the liquor. She was curious, so she followed them. But she lost the rat monster here. She didn't find anything for a long time. Finally, she met two guys with horrible monster aura fighting here. I'm really meddling in other people's business. Lizzie sighed. It was only because she couldn't bear to see one side being ambushed by the other side, so she lent a helping hand. But she ended up like this. As for the person she helped, she ran away without saying anything. Was there something wrong with the script? Even if they left temporarily, they would come back quietly to find out the truth. Finally, they found her and tried their best to heal her out of gratitude. I really don't want to die in this dress. Lizzie looked at the hot pants and vest she was wearing. What the hell? This was obviously a little different from her ideal appearance when she died. She hoped that one day she would be able to wear a white dress and lie tightly on the snow in a gentle snowy day. Perhaps it would be day or night, perhaps it would be night. Only after taking one last look at this world would she finally leave. Forget it, that's it. She had no relatives. She had no partners. She was always alone. It seemed that it was a good choice to leave quietly in such a deserted place where no one would find her in the future. Just take it as a long vacation that will never end. Lizzie slowly closed her eyes. Anyway, I will soon forget. She felt the cold. This was the second time she felt cold in her life. It turned out that she could feel such cold when she died. She suddenly felt extremely cold. But at this time, she seemed to become warm. It was the warmth of her consciousness, not her body, because she knew that her body would never have heat. Even if ordinary people could feel it, it would only be an illusion. But she still felt something different from the cold. Since it was different, was it warmth? There was also a faint fragrance that she seemed to have smelled somewhere. It was so comfortable. I don't want someone to come home every day screaming that she will die of exhaustion and run away from home. Chapter 4:28. Luo Qiu wet the handkerchief with some water, and then gently wiped Li Zi's face to wipe away the dirt on her face. Li Zi was asleep. She looked very peaceful. This was an empty farmhouse nearby. It was very simple and crude, or rather, it was completely empty. Boss Luo felt that Li Zi would be fine even if she slept on the ground, so he just swept away the dust on the ground. Miss Maid pushed the door and came in. Luoqiu cleaned his hands and said, "She's in danger, so I'll do it myself. Don't bother yourself this time." Yu Yi just smiled and glanced at Li Zi lying on the ground. If it wasn't Li Zi, it wouldn't be treated like this. Of course, Miss Maid, who knew this, wouldn't say it out. "Master, Xiang Lu's hiding place has been found. Although Xiang Lu is ordinary, I should be able to feel something if I get too close to him." Luoqiu nodded. "Anything else?" Yu Yi said, "In addition to the cooperator, there seems to be something else. It feels like something ugly, full of despair and wailing." "Yes," Luoqiu said indifferently. "It's an internal matter of the monster race. Since it's not a customer's request, it has nothing to do with us. Su Zijuan should be able to recover in a day or two. If there was any conflict between her and Xiang Lu, let them solve it by themselves. As long as the city won't be blown up, it's okay." Luoqiu turned around and took out a bottle of water. He put the bottle beside Li Zi and then looked at Yu Yi. "Let's go to the last seal point. We can't let the unknown parties exert any pressure on it." The boss of the club left with Miss Maid. Li Zi would soon recover and wake up. She wouldn't know what she had experienced. As for Luoqiu, he didn't want to help Su Zijuan, nor would he stop Xiang Lu. He just didn't want to see the city that gave birth to him become a victim of the confrontation between the two parties. So he and Yu Yi came to the third seal point, the deep underground of the city, a place that never saw the light of day. It should be very dark here, but here there was light, a very bright light. However, it was not the golden light emitted by the seal, but the light source called spiritual light, the light of the young and strong spirit vein itself. "It's so beautiful." Yu Yi sighed softly. They were like countless flowing gases, but also like liquid water. They seemed to be bound by something, and flowed slowly in an orderly manner. Inside, countless specks of light flickered like stars, like a silver river of stars. The spirit vein was as big as a river. It was the first time for Luoqiu to see something that only appeared in myths, so he was quite fascinated. He took Yu Yi and crossed the underground river in front of them. The spiritual vein seemed to be attached to the underground river. At this time, a water column suddenly shot out from the flowing underground river, turning into a platform that caught Luoqiu and Yu Yi. Finally, it continued to rise, sending them to the nearest place to the underground ley line. Luoqiu couldn't help but reach out to touch the spiritual vein. When his palm went deep into the vein, Luoqiu suddenly lost his mind. He stood there quietly, as if his eyes could no longer see anything. Yu Yi opened her mouth slightly. She could feel that there was something wrong with her master, something very wrong. She looked at Luoqiu. His eyes began to moisten, and a drop of tear fell from his eyes. He was crying. This was the first time that Miss Servant Girl saw it with her own eyes. A bunch of black flames suddenly burst out in Yu Ye's palm, and then two more. Yu Yi opened her hand slightly, and the black flames on both sides began to become fiercer. She didn't need to know why her master was crying. She only needed to know that this spiritual vein made her master cry, because it was unforgivable. Don't. At the moment when the flame was about to touch the spiritual vein, Luoqiu reached out and grabbed Yu Ye's palm. His palm gently covered her palm, putting out the black flame. Luoqiu seemed to have turned around. He looked at Yu Yi and whispered, Don't hurt it." "Master Yu, I'm fine." Luaccio sighed softly and then smiled. He grabbed Yuye's palm again and slowly put her palm into the spiritual vein. Let go, feel. She would do as her master said. No matter what he said, she would do it. So she closed her eyes and used the soul in her body that gave her all the ability to think and act to feel seriously. From barren to green, from barren to fertile, from barren to gradually showing the first pair of footprints, the second pair of footprints, many footprints. Sweat, songs, lights, the lights of thousands of families. Joy, sadness, happiness, sadness, smiles, crying faces, different times, different clouds, different winds. Clouds gathered and scattered. Do you feel it? Luaccio whispered in Yuye's ear. Its memory, the memory of this city, the memory of this land, its history, its everything, everything. From nothing to something, as if he had seen all the changes of this land, this city, from nothing to something, as if he had seen the growth of a life. Yuyi opened her eyes and said in surprise, it has consciousness. Luaccio nodded gently. Just like a baby, a magnificent soul is gestating in its body. It will mature and release unimaginable brilliance. Luaccio raised his head, looking at everything he could see in this spiritual vein, even if it was only a very small part of it. He said, I want to see it. You accompany me. She found a bottle of water and found the place where she slept. But the most surprising thing was that her injuries seemed to be completely healed. Lizzie began to think about many possibilities, but she seemed to have no other clues except this bottle of water. But she guessed that it was not the female monster she saved who came back to save her. But who could have saved her? A kind person passing by? A kind person with an ulterior motive? Or a bad person with an ulterior motive? Someone she knew? Someone she didn't know? Lizzie shook her head. She had tried to wait here for a long time, thinking that she could see the person who saved her. But as time went by, Lizzie could feel that she couldn't see him. She didn't die. It seemed to be something to be happy about, but Lizzie didn't look too happy. When it was almost dawn, Lizzie touched her stomach and decided to leave this place, because she knew that she would be hungry with just a bottle of water. Oh, I suddenly want to eat the porridge made by Sister Wren's baby. But the breakfast by the river is also very good. I have mixed feelings. Chapter 4:29. She wanted to go to Wren Zeiling's house to eat the porridge made by Luaccio. Of course, it was just a thought. Lizzie didn't have the habit of disturbing others early in the morning, so she went back to her rented apartment and changed her clothes. She bought a bag of food from the breakfast shop by the riverbank and then got on the ferry. She went to work. Let me add more sesame paste next time. In the elevator of the building where the newspaper office was located, Lizzie couldn't help opening the food box, smelling the food and licking her lips. Ding! The office building of the newspaper office arrived. Lizzie, who had just picked up a piece of rice noodle roll with a bamboo stick, suddenly dodged to the side. She saw a slipper flying directly from the door of the elevator. Lizzie was startled by the situation. She poked her head out of the elevator door and saw that the news agency was in a mess. Everyone was running around in a frenzy. Wren, Sister Wren, what's going on? Lizzie saw Wren Zeiling in the office building, which was in a mess. At this time, Subeditor Wren was holding a rolled-up magazine in her hand. She was standing on a working table and giving orders as if it were a command arrow. Over there. Kill it. Over here. Fourth mother, you go. You are shorter. Under the table. Yes, yes. Beat it. Shoot it. Fly the slipper. Hey, Lizzie, you're back? Yes. Lizzie smiled and said, Sorry, I'm not feeling well these 2 days, so I suddenly asked for a leave. It's okay. Let's not talk about this. Come. You come too. Wren Zeiling jumped down and gave Lizzie an insecticide. I don't know what's wrong today. There are cockroaches and ants everywhere in the office. Even the rats ran out. Ah, Lizzie was stunned and looked around. She really saw a lot of corpses. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Is today a rodent extermination day? Ren Xiling shook her head and said, I don't know. Anyway, I saw cockroaches everywhere when I came back. Didn't you see this morning's news? Many places were full of rats, as if they ran out from the sewer. I don't know what happened. The most I'm afraid is that there is a plague. Plague? Li Zi was stunned. I don't think so. It's not like this is the era of the Republic of China. Sigh, let's not talk about it for now. Ren Xiling suddenly looked at the time. You're back just in time. Go get your things and accompany me to the press conference. Okay. Li Zi shrugged. What press conference? Feiyun Entertainment, Ren Xiling said. Heaven's Shadow Entertainment has been reorganized and has a new boss. It's said that the owner's identity is very mysterious, but he should be a guy with a very strong background. Chang Yin adjusted the bow tie in front of the mirror, rubbed his hands, and combed his hair. He felt that he had done it perfectly. At this time his phone rang. It was his real boss, the young master of the Zhong family. Second young master, are you looking for me? Chang Yin put the phone to his ear and asked humbly, Are you ready? Don't worry, second young master. I've prepared everything. Chang Yin said seriously. This is the first shot of the new company. I'll do it well and won't mess it up. The second young master of the Zhong family naturally wouldn't show up. Qing Yin would be the director of the reorganized Feiyun Entertainment, representing the company to face all the media. That was today. The press conference would be held at 10:30 an hour later. Well, as long as there's no mistake, you can do whatever you want. Zhong Luoqin said indifferently. Feiyun Entertainment is just the beginning of the new company. We've prepared for it for several months. Our partner, the Zhang family, is very nervous, so we have to do it well this time. Understood. Second young master, I understand. Cheng Yun nodded and asked, By the way, second young master, Miss Zhang's people didn't come today? I heard that some of their warehouses were infested with rats today. The Zhang family's mansion was also in a mess. The old lady seemed to be scared and fell down. Zhong Luoqin said weirdly, They are busy cleaning up, so they probably won't come. Speaking of which, it's really strange today. My place is also dirty. Second young master, I also killed 2 cockroaches. Chang Yin said discontentedly. I don't know what the municipal government is doing, making the atmosphere so foul. Well, let's not talk about the boring stuff. Good luck. I'll watch your live broadcast at home. Okay. Chang Yin smiled faintly, hanging up the phone and looking at himself in the mirror. Finally, I made some achievements, right? Pa. He killed another cockroach. A slight shock. Some dust began to fall in the cave. At this time, Cook opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at the spell symbols that should have been lit up around the cave. The spell symbols had completely turned gray and lost their effect. Xiang Lu squinted his eyes. The first seal has been eroded. We should go to the second seal. This is a good start, isn't it? Take that thing. Cuck glanced at the pit in the center of the cave, saying indifferently, I feel that we may encounter something at the second seal. Xiang Lu raised his eyebrows. Is this the sixth sense you often talk about? No. Cuck suddenly glanced at the long stick wrapped in cloth in his hand, saying indifferently, It tells me. At the same time, a tremor appeared in the second cave, where the second seal was hidden under the riverbed. Su Zijuan opened her eyes, looking at the dust falling on her shoulder, squinting her eyes. You're quite fast, Xiang Lu. Su Zijuan sneered and stood up. The wounds on her body were almost healed thanks to the blood of Cain. In another 2 or 3 hours, she would be back to her best condition. Su Zijuan glanced at the front of her. There was a huge white cocoon here. Luo Dance was now in this big cocoon. Su Zijuan could feel the pure and vigorous demon power emitted from it. Luo Dance's body belonged to the kind of butterfly that contained demon power. The law of survival in nature was that the rarer the species, the stronger the ability to survive. Besides, she had helped Luo dance to sort out the demon power at the beginning, so she was not afraid that Luo dance couldn't bear it. It was only a matter of time. Su Zijuan touched the big cocoon, gently whispering, "You've broken the cocoon once and turned into a real demon. When you break the cocoon for the second time, it will be the real immortalization. Come on, little guy." With that, Su Zijuan exhaled slightly. The big cocoon in front of her suddenly began to sink slowly. The hard soil suddenly turned into mud, swallowing it little by little, until it completely sank into the soil. Everything returned to its original state again. Su Zijuan didn't intend to let Luo dance participate in this battle with Xiang Lu, never. "Xiang Lu, I'm not long, Shirua. Come on, I'll wait for you." In the cave, there were many bloody shadows. The third seal point, the boss of the club, seemed to be fascinated at once. His whole body had sunk into this ley line, allowing the huge flowing aura to wash his body. Luocio didn't cultivate, so the aura was useless to him. The mysterious power that originated from any system in the world didn't need to accept the aura. The boss even used the ability to directly twist this ley line. But these abilities couldn't bring him the memory of this land like this ley line at this moment. "Who are you?" He had heard a voice. Rather than a voice, it would be more accurate to say that it was a fragment of consciousness. This was actually not a language, but something that could be understood in the spirit. It came from the newborn and ignorant soul of this ley line. "Luocio, I'm Luocio. Luocio." This newborn consciousness seemed to have a trace of doubt, and some information flowed out again. "It's so strange. In my impression, there seems to be you, but I can't find you. There's something in this place. It just came here not long ago. What is it?" "I don't know. It feels very familiar." The newborn consciousness was still confused, but very strange. "It's the place where you are. The place where Luocio was. The place where the boss was." Chapter 430. There were only 2 boxes left, and he had to choose one out of the 2. It was another critical moment to decide his fate. This time he had to pass the game. Staring at the computer screen, Sir Ma concentrated all his attention. Sir Ma had just returned from a vacation with his wife, so he had nothing to do these days. Wang Yuechuan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen, so playing Minesweeper was not a problem. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open and the wall was hit. Sir Ma's hand shook. Boom! It exploded. "Rin Xiling, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Lin Feng, it's you?" Sir Ma coughed and adjusted the tie on his collar. He said seriously, "Ahem, what do you want from me?" Sir Ma glanced at Ma Haud. Didn't he know that everyone in the department knew that he was not destined to pass the game? "Oh, Sir Ma, Director Lu asked us to go out and catch the rats." Lin Feng nodded. "Catch the rats?" Ma Haud was stunned. After a while, he slapped the table and stood up. Old Lu's head was kicked by a donkey's hoofs. "He asked us to catch the rats." "Isn't this the responsibility of the Health Bureau?" "That's what I asked." Lin Feng said helplessly, "But the problem is that there are too many rats and cockroaches outside. We don't have enough manpower. Our whole department, the fire brigade, and the traffic police have all received the order to go out. According to Director Lu, if we don't have enough manpower, we might have to inform the defense area." Ma Haud frowned. He stepped back and pressed down the blinds with his hand. He glanced at the sky, only to find that the sunny day had suddenly darkened and a flock of birds were flying in the sky. They were crows. In the parking lot below the police station, a group of rats ran crazily. "Damn, is this a plague?" Sir Ma frowned. "What's going on in front? Is this a car crash or road repair?" Ren Xiling hit the horn on the steering wheel hard. The red Mini Clubman had been blocking the road for almost 30 minutes, but it hadn't even reached a single traffic light. "I don't know. The road conditions didn't mention it." Li Zi turned the radio's knob and shook her head. It happened suddenly, right? Looks like we won't be able to make it. Rin Xiling shook her head and looked at the time. The press conference was about to begin. I don't know how long we'll be stuck here. Lizzie, did something fly by just now? Really? Lizzie looked up at the sky through the windshield. It's going to rain, isn't it? It's getting dark. Yes, I saw it. Ren Xiling frowned and said it was a crow. It was a crow that flew past. Crow. Lizzie was stunned. She frowned and did not say anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Rin Xiling shook her head. She opened the door and got off the car. She took a puff of smoke to get some fresh air. She leaned on the door, and many drivers did the same. Rin Xiling sighed. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a dog barking. She saw a person walking his dog on the side of the road, pulling the dog's leash hard. His pet dog was barking crazily at this moment. It seemed that some animal sounds could be heard faintly. Sister Rin. Sister Rin. Lizzie suddenly shouted at this time. Rin Xiling shuddered. She stuck her head into the car and asked, "What's wrong?" Lizzie pointed to the front of the window. Ren Xiling looked at it, subconsciously. She opened her mouth slightly and the cigarette fell. **T. In front of the road between the cars, groups of rats were running crazily like carps crossing the river. Some even ran to other people's cars. Ren Xiling picked up the phone, subconsciously. "Sister Ren, who are you looking for?" Lizzie asked curiously. Ren Xiling didn't raise her head. "No, I'm a little worried. I didn't see Luochio when I woke up today. He usually doesn't go out so early. It's a mess now. I'm worried about him, so I asked." Lizzie suddenly smiled bitterly. "Sister Rin, your baby son is a grown man. He can take care of himself. Why don't you take care of yourself first? Your shoulder. What's wrong with my shoulder?" Ren Xiling turned her head and looked over. A small rat stood up with its forelimbs retracted. It was standing on her shoulder, blinking cutely as if it was saying hello. **T. Rin Xiling suddenly swung her shoulder and threw the rat out. She turned around and kicked the rat out of the air. "Lizzie, give me my baseball bat." "Damn it. How dare you flirt with me?" Lizzie directly turned over and stretched out her hand to the back seat. She couldn't help but smile. There were many women who were not afraid of rats, but she seemed to have met one who would directly hit the rat with a baseball bat. This was Rin Xiling, the sub-editor Rin, who would always keep a baseball bat in the car, saying something like, "just in case." The fishermen who were fishing by the river gathered together and stared at the spectacle on the river, because they had been fishing here for many years, some even for more than 10 years. But they had never seen such a spectacle like today. A large number of river fishes emerged from the river and crazily swam in groups. More and more people gathered together and stared at the spectacle on the river. Naturally, no one noticed that at this moment, 2 rather strange men quietly came to the river bank. The bald Xiang Lu, with purple eyebrows, and the downtrodden Cuck. Xiang Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the city on the other side of the river. He sneered and said, "I smell the blood on Su Zijuan. She is hiding here. Let's go. Let's finish this quickly." Cuck said indifferently, "The first seal has been unlocked, and the animals nearby feel uneasy. We must take away this ley line before the city is completely chaotic. The club doesn't want ordinary people to contact the supernatural for the time being. Any possibility of exposing the club's abnormality must be prevented." "So cowardly," Xiang Lu disdainfully said. "What's the difference between this and Long Shirua?" She also advocated not to intervene in the lives of ordinary people. A dignified monster with great power has to hide in the human world. "Are you looking down on human beings?" Cuck said indifferently, "This is not the Middle Ages, nor your ancient feudal kingdom. The technology mastered by human beings in this world is enough to bombard you into pieces. No matter how powerful a monster is, it can't resist a hydrogen bomb." "Humph," Xiang Lu snorted and directly jumped into the river. The turbid and dark river couldn't stop Xiang Lu's steps at all. He only released a little bit of monster energy, which was enough to make the surrounding fishes scatter in panic. Xiang Lu led the way and easily came to a huge stone at the bottom of the river. He completely smashed the stone with one punch, revealing the passage, and the water poured in crazily. Xiang Lu and Kuk easily entered the depth of the passage with the help of the water. Finally, they came out at the end of the passage and came to the cave full of golden light. Xiang Lu and Kuk carefully looked around the cave. The terrain here was not complicated, and the golden light of the spell was enough to make the vision clear. Xiang Lu squinted his eyes and took 2 steps forward. He suddenly laughed and said, "Princess, I smell the blood of you. I know you're here. Why don't you come out and talk about the old days?" There was no response. Only Xiang Lu's voice echoed here. Xiang Lu chuckled again. "Princess," I said, "as long as you don't stop me, I won't trouble you. If you leave here now, we'll have nothing to do with each other. How about that? Princess, if you don't respond, I'll have to take it as a yes." Xiang Lu continued to take 1 step forward, but suddenly stopped. A beam of red light suddenly shot straight to Xiang Lu's feet, piercing the ground and leaving a small but unknown hole. "Princess, what do you mean?" Xiang Lu said indifferently. Su Zijuan's voice echoed around. "Xiang Lu, I'm the one asking you what you mean. This is my resting place. Do you dare to disturb me? Hurry up and kneel in front of me. Kneel out. Kneel out. Go, go." Su Zijuan's voice kept rippling in the cave, getting louder and louder like thunder. Over there. Kuk's eyes were fixed at this time, picking up a piece of gravel on the ground with a long object in his hand. The gravel was shot towards a direction at a terrifying speed, and finally hit a huge stalagmite on the side. The stalagmite was broken, and a figure slowly walked out barefoot in a red and black dress. It was Su Zijuan. "Princess, how are you?" Xiang Lu narrowed his eyes, but he was testing Su Zijuan's real condition. She seemed not as ugly as he imagined, but Kuk's golden light did hit her, so he didn't know whether she was holding on or was fine. "Xiang Lu." Su Zijuan smiled and said in a low voice, "Aren't you going to kneel down when you see me?" Xiang Lu was stunned, and his mind seemed to slow down for a moment. His legs were slightly bent, and he was about to kneel down on the ground. But at this time, Kuk knocked the ground with a long stick in his hand. The sound of the collision brought Xiang Lu back to reality. He looked at Su Zijuan, and a trace of shame and anger flashed in his eyes, but he restrained himself well, smiling faintly. "It's not too late to salute Princess after I finish today's matter." "Meddlesome human." Su Zijuan snorted, waving her sleeves. A red figure rushed to Kuk's front like a gust of wind. Kuk's reaction was also extremely fast. The long rod in his hand immediately blocked in front of his body, but the great impact still pushed his body crazily. In the end, Kuk's body hit the rock wall, and only then did he stop. A trace of blood flowed out of Kuk's mouth, and his expression suddenly became dignified. Xiang Lu was shocked at this moment. "Princess, it seems that your monster power has reached a higher level." "Reached a higher level?" Su Zijuan sneered disdainfully. "Ignorant guy." Su Zijuan's hair was slightly fluttering, and the scarlet monster power kept bursting out from her body, which made Xiang Lu tremble slightly. Her body floated up, and the horrible monster power turned into a huge, blooming blood lotus under her feet. "This is the original me." At the same time, Xiang Lu and Kuk, who were shocked by Su Zijuan's horrible monster power, both of their faces turned ugly. Xiang Lu's eyes began to move, and he was thinking about something quickly. At this time, he heard Kuk's voice. "Xiang Lu, you erode the seal. Leave this monster to me." "Okay." Xiang Lu nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Wishful thinking. Su Zijuan snorted and suddenly stretched out her hand. The dark red monster power around her suddenly turned into a huge claw, clawing at Xiang Lu. But at this moment, Kuk shouted, and the long stick in his hand emitted a golden light. He jumped out and smashed the long stick on the bloody claw. But as if it was cut, the claw, condensed by monster power, was split into two in an instant. And Kuk took the opportunity to stand in front of Xiang Lu. Su Zijuan sneered. It seems that the one who sneak attacked me that day was you. Well, I'll get even with you today. I also want to have a taste of it. Kuk wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and inserted the long stick in his hand into the ground, standing upright like an iron tower. You only know how to sneak attack. Su Zijuan waved her sleeves and took a step forward. No. Kuk took a deep breath and said in a low voice, It's me and my partner. At this moment, Kuk's hand suddenly twisted, and the long rod he was holding suddenly burst out with an even more intense golden light. And those strips of cloth wrapped around it also completely burst apart at this moment. It was a huge scarlet spear. Kill the enemy with me again. Kuk suddenly shouted, Gibalg! Chapter 431. As soon as the red spear in Kuk's hand revealed its posture, a sharp feeling vaguely appeared on her skin all over her body. Even though there was a distance between them, she could still clearly feel the sharpness of the red spear. It was difficult for ordinary humans to deal with monsters, but modern times were different from ancient times. Humans with firearms in their hands could also cause damage to monsters, and humans with such strange weapons might be a threat to monsters. You're not from Kelowna. Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, But I know you're from a place called Club. Kuk frowned, but said indifferently, I didn't expect that the monster princess from the east also knows where I'm from. Su Zijuan said indifferently, Of course, I have my sources of information. Do you think your club is the most mysterious place? Of course, this information was not obtained for free. This information was bought with 2,000 evil spirit beast souls. There's a saying in the East, it's useless to say more. Kuk waved the 1,000-thorn spear in his hand and leaned forward slightly. My partner has never drunk the blood of the big monster from the East. The 1,000-thorn spear drew a line on the ground, and a golden light directly rushed toward Su Zijuan along the ground. Su Zijuan calmly condensed her monster power into a wall to block it. She could despise Kuk, but she couldn't despise the strange weapon in his hand. This spear emitted a murderous aura all the time. This was a real magic spear that had drunk the blood of countless powerful individuals, and even had traces of life as if it had its own will. This reminded Su Zijuan of the ancient Kelowna monks. When the monsters and the monks were in a hostile state in ancient times, the monks in Kelowna had made many powerful weapons to deal with the monsters. They called these weapons divine weapons. Kuk knew that speed was the key to victory. At this time he found the right time and held the 1,000-thorn spear horizontally in his hands. He slightly leaned forward and instantly rushed toward Su Zijuan like a leopard. At the same time, the 1,000-thorn spear in his hand stabbed out, like a man facing thousands of soldiers and horses. It was a kind of momentum that was indomitable. Su Zijuan felt a kind of warrior's temperament from Kuk's body. She didn't know the background of the 1,000-thorn spear, so she didn't dare to underestimate it. The red monster power from her two hands quickly flowed into her hands, and each of them turned into a blood-red sword. Su Zijuan's bare feet, sliding on the ground. She suddenly stopped before the 1,000-thorn spear arrived. The blood-red sword in front of her face suddenly flashed and accurately blocked Kuk's attack. At the same time, the blood-red sword that blocked the 1,000-thorn spear was completely shattered. But Su Zijuan didn't panic. She half-squatted, and the blood-red sword in her other hand madly stabbed out, making an excellent block and instant counterattack. But Kuk had been in charge of the 1,000-thorn spear for many years, and all his skills came from a mysterious place. Seeing this situation, he suddenly turned his body, and the blood-red sword swept past his waist. He kicked the end of the 1,000-thorn spear's handle, and hit Su Zijuan's chest with the end of the spear. Clang! The monster power sword and the thousand-thorn spear collided and instantly shattered. Su Zijuan's legs slightly moved, and she retreated nearly 3 meters. This fight only happened in the blink of an eye, and both sides were still testing each other's strength. Su Zijuan suddenly smiled and said with a smile, "Nice spear, it's a real magic weapon." Kuk was expressionless, but he clenched the thousand-thorn spear. His palm was slightly numb. Again! Bang, bang, bang. Invisible airflow began to fill the whole cave. There were no plants here, so the only way to describe the airflow was the whistling sound of the wind that filled the cave at the same time. Xiang Lu had quietly left the place when Kuk was holding Su Zijuan. Even though he was far away, Xiang Lu could still feel the movement when they were fighting. The club claimed that there were 12 immortal generals, and Kuk was only one of them. But he could fight with Su Zijuan to this extent with a strange spear of unknown origin. Xiang Lu had his own plan. He and the club behind Kuk were just temporary partners, and his ultimate goal was to break through the limit and become a real big monster. Based on the uniqueness of the Xiang Lu family, once they became a big monster, they would be able to obtain unparalleled power. Under the situation where the Reiki of the godly land was getting thinner day by day, the Xiang Lu bloodline that didn't rely heavily on the Reiki of the godly land might be able to deal with Long Shirua, the last true dragon of the godly land. As for the club, for Xiang Lu, it was just a stepping stone to success. Xiang Lu sneered and suddenly turned his back. His head suddenly swelled and turned into a huge snake head. Then his neck began to swell, and something was spat out from his throat. A huge meatball was spat out from Xiang Lu's mouth and fell on the ground and began to wriggle slowly. This was the key to unlocking the seal. At this moment, tentacles began to extend from this ugly meatball and then pierced into the soil. Xiang Lu sneered, and his head returned to its original state. He wiped off the liquid on the corner of his mouth, and then approached the place where Su Zijuan and Kuk were fighting. He shouted loudly from afar, "Kuk, I'll help you." After dealing with Su Zijuan, we'll slowly erode the seal here. Kuk was confused, but he didn't say anything. He didn't refuse or agree, but waved the thousand-thorn spear in his hand, and his body shone with golden light. Su Zijuan glanced at Xiang Lu and snorted. She suddenly gave up attacking Kuk and turned to Xiang Lu. "If you want to die, I'll kill you first." Xiang Lu laughed. "Your Highness, you have to protect the seal from being destroyed and deal with us at the same time. Can you handle it?" Why was the cave still intact after such a long fight? Of course, it was because Su Zijuan had been protecting it during the fight. We're unscrupulous, but you're restrained everywhere, even if you have powerful monster power. So what? Xiang Lu sneered and smashed his fist on the floor of the cave. "You think you're not afraid because you've recovered, but you didn't expect to be trapped in your own trap, right?" Su Zijuan didn't say anything. She just used her monster power to stop Xiang Lu from destroying the cave. She didn't say anything. Xiang Lu squinted his eyes and said, "Is the princess planning to hide this place and not expose it in front of human beings? Ha ha ha. That's why I said the monster race has fallen to such a low level. The attention of human beings can make a princess worry so much. It's so boring. We monster race should be the masters of this world." Su Zijuan snorted. "That's why I hate you radicals so much. You just want to make trouble every day. Don't you think about the real reason why human beings can reproduce while monster race is getting weaker day by day?" At the moment when Su Zijuan and Xiang Lu were confronting each other, a sudden sharp light had already shot to Su Zijuan's back. The red body was wrapped in a golden flame-like airflow. Kuk took this opportunity to throw out a blow with all his strength, piercing any enemy's heart, the extremely powerful special ability of the thousand-thorn spear. The thousand-thorn spear easily pierced through the monster power around Su Zijuan's body. At the moment when it was about to pierce her heart, Su Zijuan's eyes turned extremely red. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Juzhou! Xianyuan!" Inside the cave, colorful lights shone brightly in an instant, obscuring all sight. There was only a loud sound. Rumble. In the red flowing lava, a graceful figure suddenly stopped. It was Long Shirua who had been tracking the changes of the earth vein. At this moment, Long Shirua suddenly gave up tracking the changes and broke through the lava. "You idiot, calling it with Hamba's body. Do you want to die?" Long Shirua suddenly put her finger into her lips and bit it hard. Golden blood flowed out from her fingertips and began to condense into strange patterns around her body, like words. Shinryu's secret skill. So near, yet worlds apart. The third seal point. Luoqiu heard its sad voice. The aura in the underground ley line began to flow crazily. He could feel the consciousness that it constantly emitted. Luoqiu seemed to hear it ask, "Why do you want to destroy this land? Why?" At the end of the huge underground ley line, where Luoqiu was, a faint light began to gather in front of him. The light was not big and finally turned into a human shape. It was only as tall as Luoqiu and looked like a child. It didn't have a face, only a pair of golden eyes. It opened its mouth, which was a language. "Is it not enough to live here, survive here, and leave one's mark on this land? Why do you want to destroy it? The life of humans, the life of demons, flowers, trees, fishes. What is it for? I don't know. What is this feeling?" Golden tears dripped from the golden eyes. It approached Luoqiu and said sadly, "Can you stop all this? I don't want to see these creatures that I've been watching disappear in front of me, just like that. If I'm the one who's bringing destruction to it, then I'd rather I never existed." The sorrow of the ley line. The sorrow of the earth that people lived in but couldn't hear. They rang in Luoqiu's ears like the wind. It was pure to the extreme. There was no desire to fight, no hatred, and no disgust. It only had a clear thought like snow and clear water. It only wanted to protect this land that gave birth to it. It gave creatures a place to rest and recuperate, gave creatures a space to pass on their lives, but it still had to bear the destruction of it. And now, it still wanted to stop all this. Luoqiu smiled and suddenly reached out to hold its hand. "Are you not afraid of me?" It shook its head, its eyes firm. It knew what firm was.